It's here.
Hello? Oh, awesome. Very, very, very warm welcome, everybody. Good morning. Please find yourself a seat. If you haven't had a chance to pick up a badge, do not worry about it. You have all been personally invited by the Indian Consulate. So thank you very much for making it here. We are all road warriors. To make it here Wednesday morning is already a huge achievement. But please get to know your neighbor. Each one of you is a leader in your own right. And as I said, every one of you has been personally invited. So congratulations and thank you very much for making it here. As you are already aware, this is a pre-summit to the summit that's being held in Delhi, February 19th and 20th. That is being hosted by the Indian Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi. And you know, I know we have a really beautifully packed day. We have some wonderful panel discussions, some very accomplished keynote speakers, and we all can't wait to hear from them. But very first and foremost, it's an absolute pleasure to welcome the host for today, Dr. Shrikar Reddy. And I must say, you know, Dr. Shrikar Reddy is an absolute ally and a great friend, and he has a huge fan following amongst the Indian diaspora because he's done such an incredible job weaving in entrepreneurs, academia, corporations. And not just that, he also continues to play a very pivotal role in building these bridges with the global community. And a great example of that is we have so many countries represented in this room today. So really, thank you, Dr. Reddy, and please, welcome.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and panelists, Consul General and colleagues from the Consular Corps, innovators, entrepreneurs, academics and investors, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, good morning. On behalf of the Consulate General of India in San Francisco, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the AI Impact Summit pre-summit conference here in the Bay Area. We are especially honored to have with us a pioneer, a visionary, whose insights have shaped the landscape of technology and venture capital for decades. A very warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Mr. Vinod Khosla, founder of Khosla Ventures. We are truly grateful that he is with us today to share his perspective on how AI can reshape our economies and societies. I'm also deeply honored to welcome Mr. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, New Delhi. We thank you for a warm welcome to Ambassador Namgya Kampa, Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of India in Washington, D.C. I thank her and Ambassador Vinay Quatra, Ambassador of India to the United States, for their guidance and support in organizing today's conference. As you know, India will host the AI Impact Summit 2026 in New Delhi on 19th to 20th February 2026 with the theme Sarvajana Hitaya, Sarvajana Sukhaya, which means welfare for all, happiness for all, reflecting India's enduring civilizational commitment to prioritizing human well-being at the center of progress. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, India is not merely adopting artificial intelligence, we are actively seeking to steer its course towards the global good. The AI Impact Summit 2026 will build on India's successes in digital public infrastructure from Aadhaar and UPI to India Stack and ONDC, which have demonstrated how technology, when designed with inclusion in mind, can transform lives at scale. The AI Summit in New Delhi will bring together leaders from government, industry, startups, academia, and civil society to discuss how AI can be used responsibly and equitably to address humanity's greatest challenges in healthcare, agriculture, climate resilience, education, and inclusive governance. It will be a summit focused on solutions, partnerships, and shared commitment to ensure that the AI revolution benefits all. The pre-summit conference today plays a crucial role in advancing that journey. The sessions on human-centric innovation, responsible investment, sustainable intelligence, and inclusive AI ecosystems address the most pressing priorities facing the global AI community. I encourage all participants to engage openly, collaborate meaningfully, and think boldly about how we can collectively shape an AI future that is innovative, responsible, inclusive, and sustainable. I also invite you to explore how we can deepen collaboration between India's innovation ecosystem and the AI community here in Silicon Valley. The insights, partnerships, and commitments that emerge from today's discussions will help shape the New Delhi Summit. I want to place on record our deepest appreciation for our valued partners. I extend our sincere thanks to our partners, the Evolve Silicon Valley Foundation, led by Mr. Ram Reddy, and India's Pura under the leadership of Mr. M.R. Rangaswamy, for their steadfast support, leadership, and commitment in organizing this remarkable gathering. Especially Ram Reddy and his team deserve special mention for their logistical support. Also thank IIT alumni, TIE Silicon Valley, Netri, and all others who have extended their support in organizing this event. I thank our keynote speaker, distinguished speakers, moderators, panelists, and all of you for being here today. I conclude by inviting you all and all AI stakeholders in the United States to register and actively participate in the AI Impact Summit 2026 in New Delhi on 19th to 20th February 2026. Thank you very much. Dhanyawad.
With that, I'd like to invite Ambassador Namgya Khampa, the Deputy Chief Mission, Embassy of India, Washington, D.C.
Namgya C. Khampa, a distinguished Indian Foreign Service officer, has represented India across continents since the year 2000, from Beijing and New York to Kathmandu and Nairobi. Most recently, she served as India's High Commissioner to Kenya, permanent representative to the UN offices in Nairobi, and ambassador to Somalia. Today, she is the Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of India in Washington, D.C. In all her many roles, she has shaped India's engagement with major partners, strengthened regional cooperation, and advanced development partnerships across South Asia and the wider Indo-Pacific. In Washington, D.C., she today represents a modern, confident India, continuing to strengthen diplomacy, deepening collaboration, and shaping the next chapter of India's global outreach.
Thank you. Namaskar, good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here with all of you today morning, my first visit to the west coast of the United States in my current role, where, to borrow from Gorbachev, new ideas and technologies are born. So it's really exciting to be here amongst you. And we are today meeting at a time when artificial intelligence is reshaping how we learn, how we work, how we create, how we innovate and govern, and essentially how we live. And I want to begin by thanking Consul General Dr. Reddy for bringing us together in this remarkable venue where technology's past is chronicled as we discuss its future. And I look forward to the conversations today that will examine AI's transformative power from many angles. The question before us is no longer whether AI will transform our world, but how it will do so and for whom. Many of you in this room are central to this unfolding question and unfolding story, and helping us, in a sense, to midwife our shared technological future. I believe that India, my country India, approaches this moment with intentionality and purpose. We in India choose a future in which AI empowers people, protects our planet, and accelerates inclusive progress. As the world's most populous country, as a very large developing country, AI gives us a new set of tools to address the persistent challenges we've had, whether it is in healthcare, in agriculture, in education, sustainability, or in the delivery of public services by the government and by civic agencies. And our national vision, AI for All, is grounded in the belief that technology must be an instrument of empowerment and inclusion. The benefits of AI must be widely shared. The risks must be responsibly managed, and the opportunities must be accessible to every country and every individual. This philosophy guides our own digital public infrastructure. It informs the evolving policy frameworks that the government of India is putting in place, and also shapes our approach to global cooperation in this important area. And it is with this spirit that India will be hosting the AI Impact Summit in New Delhi next year from 16th to 20th of February. Our aim is really to shift the global conversation from commitments to outcomes and from principles to practice, and as well as move the national strategies to measurable global progress, anchored in the summit's themes of people, planet, and progress. 7 working groups are already advancing this agenda, and you will hear much more about this from Additional Secretary Abhishek Singh, who has traveled from Delhi and is far better positioned to outline the vision and the plans behind this summit that we will be hosting next year. As you all know, India brings intrinsic strengths to the large-scale adoption of AI. Our scale and diversity makes us one of the richest sources of a varied data set, which is crucial to building inclusive AI systems. We have a dynamic talent pipeline and a globally recognized developer ecosystem. Our digital public infrastructure offers a blueprint for frugal, inclusive, and globally deployable innovation. And we also have a burgeoning startup ecosystem that is thriving. We are also aware of the challenges that lie ahead. The uneven digital literacy in India, the need to strengthen data quality, gaps in computing capacity and related infrastructure, and our own need to constantly evolve the safety and governance frameworks around AI. And these are the challenges that also present the precise opportunities for international collaboration that make it relevant and necessary. And it is here that India sees a natural and indispensable partner in the United States. Our bilateral relationship today with the United States is broad-based, resilient, and anchored in strategic trust. Over the past few decades, India and the United States have built one of the most consequential relationships of our time that spans defense, trade and investment, energy, health, space, and people-to-people ties. And at its core is a mutual commitment to openness, to innovation, prosperity, and democratic values. Our economies are more intertwined than ever. The US is India's largest trading partner. American companies are among the biggest investors in India, and Indian companies are employing thousands of workers and personnel across the United States. Our cooperation in defense and critical technologies is very, very dear to us and continuously deepening. And our people form the connective tissue of this partnership. Nowhere is this more visible than in the Bay Area, where Indian origin innovators have helped shape and consolidate the United States' leadership position in global technology. It is this strong, trusted, and future-oriented partnership that will provide the foundation for deeper cooperation in AI. In other words, we see India-US collaboration in AI as not only desirable, but essential, as not only commercial, but strategic. We recognize that the United States leads in frontier research and advanced compute capacity and private sector innovation. And India, we believe, contributes an accessible and emerging talent pool, population-scale digital infrastructure, frugal innovation, and a proven model of inclusive technology deployment. In the bilateral context, a powerful enabler of this ambition is the India-US Trust Framework that was adopted during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States in February this year. The Trust Framework provides a ready architecture for advancing cooperation from research and supply chain resilience to standards, skilling, and innovation. And we have a lot of expectations from this framework in developing joint pathways for collaboration and for new opportunities. We are already seeing promising momentum in this regard. Many US-based firms have evinced interest in India and are setting up and expanding engineering and research centers in India. Equally, many Indian origin researchers, engineers, and entrepreneurs continue to power a significant share of the AI workforce in India. I'm here to tell you today morning that the embassy and all our 8 consulates in the United States stand ready to support your India journey, to help you discover opportunities, build partnerships, and hopefully turn AI into one of the driving engines of the broader bilateral relationship between our 2 countries. I invite you to co-invest with us in our vision for the next billion AI users and make India your next major AI partner. I really look forward to the participation of a very sizable and large contingent and an impactful contingent at the AI Impact Summit next year in New Delhi. And certainly look forward to the engaging discussions and conversations today that will help us prepare for the summit and move the needle on what bilateral collaboration in this area can look like and how government can assist either by facilitating or by getting out of the way. Both are equally effective. So thank you so much for having us here today. Dhanyavad and namaskar.
Thank you, Ambassador Kampa. As you correctly said, it's not a question of if AI is going to transform, but it's a question of for whom and how. So, our next guest is our keynote speaker, a man who doesn't really need an introduction. So please welcome Mr. Vinod Khosla. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. It's nice to see so many people interested in AI's impact in India. It is, in fact, the largest opportunity I could have ever imagined, even 10 or 15 years ago, the rate at which AI is progressing. I'll walk you through a whirlwind tour of my opinion on this. Before I was asked, I'd written this summer a piece on what impact AI can have in India and why it may be the great equalizer. AI has both benefits and dangers. I'll mostly touch on the benefits today, briefly refer to the dangers. But I want to walk you through the vision, which I think is highly probable. This is not speculative at all. So within the next 15 years, almost all expertise on the planet will be free. All expertise, which includes all of you, the expertise you have. There is very little, and this is something people have a hard time accepting. There is very little AI won't be able to do that humans can do. Labor will also be almost free. And it raises lots of questions I won't go into today. For those of you interested, I'd written a 25-page document on all the implications last September. I normally write in August. The thing that's most exciting for India, and from my point of view, is people always talk of the people who have no access to digital services. But because in the AI world, you won't have to learn computers, computers will learn humans. All you need is voice in your language. You don't need any other skills to access AI. And that bodes really well for the people who don't have an education And that's where it can have the most impact. First, I want to warn you, I don't think GDP will be a good measure because so many services we think of as part of GDP will be free. I won't spend much time on the economics of AI. Likely by 2035 or 2040, we will have a hugely deflationary economy. $10,000, even in the West, will buy more than $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 buys today. So we will have a deflationary economy. That's not for today. We don't precisely know what's possible, but what's possible by 2030 is very, very clear. What happens in the 2030s, the decade from 2030 to 2040, is very hazy and very hard to predict because it's hard to predict how AI will manifest itself. So we have to understand that it will be true. But by 2050, a really abundant economy globally, not just in India or in the US, is possible. This is what's really, really exciting to me. The level of welfare we can have, the level of equity we can have, and frankly, for India, an opportunity to have real global influence is there using AI with the right policy. What it mostly needs is good policy. The technology development will happen, the application will depend on policy, and the rest of it, the welfare, will depend on policy. So let me talk really short term. What's possible in the next 5 years? The next 5-year plan, almost certainly every kid in India before 2030 can have very affordably free personal tutors, much better than if they could afford a personal tutor for their kids that the rich people do have in India today. That's available for every child. Near free doctors, 24/7. In your home, in your village, at 10 p.m. at night when your child is sick, at 3 a.m. in the morning when you need mental health, all of it will be near free. You know, people don't worry about the law, but most people in a country like India don't have access to legal services. They can't assert the rights they have. That will be near free. Of course, scientists will be near free. Imagine 1 million extra scientists in India doing research, and globally. Millions more engineers. I won't keep going. I could go on and on. But people need entertainment. That will be near free. So let's start with personalized education. And AI today, not in 2030, can do much better than if you had a full-time human tutor teaching your children. And it doesn't matter whether you're in the US or in India. Why? Because an AI can understand your child with infinite patience, understand what they know, understand the gaps in their knowledge, and actually tutor to the gaps in your knowledge so no child is left behind. Irrespective of their language, their economic strata, this is really exciting, and it's happening today. And it's cheap enough, by the way. My wife's nonprofit costs about 20 cents per month per student for about 2 million students a month. That's today. It'll be much cheaper than that. The healthcare solution. It's entirely possible to offer almost everything that human doctors can if you had in an infinite number of them, and at much better level than human doctors can. In fact, almost certainly, today, the right systems can provide much better care than human doctors can in the US. In fact, almost for everything I need a doctor, I only use AI. I use the human doctor to write the prescription, but I check their work with an AI today. Even if I have access to the best doctors, it's still AI is the best doctor. I've talked about this. Legal access is important for people to assert rights and for equity, and for not having long delays in the court system, so you effectively have justice denied because it's delayed. And in many of these systems, whether it's doctors or humans, if you don't have trust in the system, you will have an appeal to human individuals as a backup, but they will never be as good as the AI systems. And this can be done for a fraction of what is spent today in India on education, on healthcare in India, in healthcare. Between central and state spending, whether it's $20 or $30 billion, it'll be a fraction of that to provide these services at a much higher quality level and accessibility. By the way, the same is true of financial advice. Almost certainly, Goldman Sachs cannot provide the level of advice personalized to an individual anywhere in the world, let alone to a poor person in India who needs financial help the most and advice the most. And India's already done the hard work. The hardest part of instituting these systems is an identity that is well tested in India. It should be the portal for all essential services. It is already an infrastructure provider for payment services, like the UPI system in India, which has eliminated the tax of MasterCard and Visa, which is a couple of % tax on the whole economy, the whole consumer economy in the US. It's for free in India. And it serves as the infrastructure on which new services, like healthcare provision, tied to your health records, like education provision, can all be done on the India stack. ChatGPT-like access to knowledge can be provided to anybody who can speak. And for the hearing impaired, there's going to be other solutions. So real services and knowledge services without needing to say we need to educate them first. These services can come first before we come to education. There's also lots of issues around security and other things that can be done, and those are policy questions, they're not technology questions. There will be other implications. I've seen some ideas that might will no longer be how the national defense works. AI intelligence. There's no question with the right AI, Ukraine could easily bait Russia in the current war. I won't get into the politics of that, but both national defense and cybersecurity and internal security will benefit dramatically from these services. So I'm pretty excited about how equalizing AI can be in areas where there's a lot of uncertainty among countries today. It's nice when everybody can, when security is driven by AI competence, not by might. I do believe Taiwan will be able to defend itself against China if it has access to the best AI. Entertainment will be near free. Everybody needs entertainment too. One of the other things I'm interested in is transformation of services. I do believe the best system for public transportation is an AI-driven, self-driving public transit system, not self-driving cars. So self-driving cars will almost certainly, like Uber and Lyft did, increase congestion. What matters is how you get 10 times the throughput because we are not changing our streets. Street widths in most cities are fixed. AI transit can dramatically increase capacity of streets 10 times, as if you had 10 times the street width. So I'm very excited by both the cost of public transit based on AI and increased passenger throughput. And public transit is measured by number of people transported, passengers per hour per meter of lane width that you have. It should have the ability to eliminate most cars in most cities by 2050. And it's an unusual infrastructure opportunity. When you get transit, you also solve housing costs because you can go further out from the city for the same commute time. So this is really what AI enables for us. So there will be role for industry. Almost certainly entertainment will be industrial roles, but it will be so plentiful, so easy to produce, and so personalizable, it will be very inexpensive. But essential services like healthcare, like national security, like education, should be free at every level, part of an Aadhaar-like portal for every Indian, and frankly, in other parts of the world, for every citizen in other parts of the world. I'm a big supporter of, there's an effort in India for digital public infrastructure outside of India. India's done a fabulous job of DPI, but that service as a nonprofit is going to be available to other countries to adapt, and I'm involved with an effort to do that, also out of India. But AI won't solve everything, so there's still a lot of role. The hardest thing that today is housing. If you look at essential services that won't be affected by AI as much, housing is the biggest one. So it depends on some of you entrepreneurs to solve the housing problem. I'm very optimistic about energy by 2040. Almost certainly, fusion will be global and the principal source of new energy. It will not be oil, almost certainly, in 15 years. All new energy sources will be built with fusion, possibly super hot geothermal and other technologies. I suspect it won't be solar and wind, though both of those have large roles to play. I think people focus too much on the short term. You want power when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing, and fusion is that solution. So there's a unique opportunity, especially as short term as 2030, to deliver a substantial up-leveling, especially for the people in the bottom half of the economic strata. That's where these free services matter the most and where we can have the largest impact. And they're the people who are least able to help themselves. There is a danger if you don't adapt AI. I do think in the global competition, countries that don't adapt AI will lose to countries that do adapt AI. And so this is not only nice to have, it is essential to have. There will be large workforce disruption. There's no two ways about it. Countries that adapt AI, my funniest example is today in 2025, robots in retail in Germany are not allowed to work on Sundays. It's actually true. That's what you call stupid policy, because the labor unions have such a large role in Germany. So this will differ dramatically country by country. I think China is being very aggressive, which creates a problem. Entry-level workers, which means the younger workers, are most affected by this. And so it becomes very important to have the right AI policies. But the big opportunity for India, in my view, with something like, I don't know the exact numbers, 20 million new job seekers coming on the market every year in India, is to provide these services for the rest of the world too. So during this chaotic time, that is the business opportunity. In the politics, the geopolitics of exporting free doctors, free tutors to the rest of the world, I think India is very well equipped to do not only for its own population, but export it, help other countries, and have geopolitical advantage. There's also both dangers and export opportunity. This is the service opportunity that I think will make a large, large difference on what India can do short term. Almost certainly, the entire BPO business and the IT services business in India will go away. That is a massive problem for the economy unless it's turned into an export of transformation services. So doing what we are doing today will not work. It'll be very, very disruptive. One of the things I notice here in the US, the fastest adoption of AI services is where the service is outsourced. If you tell them we'll replace your accounting department to a major corporation in the US, there's lots of fears about laying off people. You tell them we will replace customer support or BPO or IT services that are already outsourced and cut the cost by 70%, that's very easy. That will happen first. So it's both a danger and an opportunity. So let me look a little bit beyond the 2030 timeframe, which is very, very exciting. Education will be very, very different. Education won't be the way to get better employment, because most productivity in services are going to be provided by AI or AI robotics. Even food production costs will decline. That's a huge disruption. By the way, something to keep in mind. In the US, in 1900, it was the majority of US employment, more than 50%. By 1970, it was down to 4%. So a very large percentage of the jobs in the US were displaced in agriculture. It will happen in India too. It has already happened here. Now, we found ways to take care of people, and we will have the opportunity to take care of people and take advantage of all the expertise that is free now. The other large question I worry about is, do we have enough steel, enough iron, enough copper, enough lithium? The fact is, we are, I believe, in a place in time where we are We haven't started to look for these resources. We mine them and look for them in a very silly way, very naive way. In 1960, the world declared peak oil. We would run out of oil. And the reason was we didn't know how to look for oil. I would suggest we are just beginning to develop the technologies that look for these resources. And I think by 2040, we will have much more resources on the planet than we will consume between now and 2040 if we develop the technologies to look for new sources of copper, iron, all the essential things we need that are hard physical goods and services. So this is both an opportunity and a danger if we don't set up our economy for this. I've talked about energy and housing a little bit. I do think electricity will be fusion and wind and solar will continue to play a role. They won't be obsoleted. But fusion and geothermal will be the stable, dispatchable sources of energy. There is some things to be done in housing, but it's probably the largest unsolved problem to really create a deflationary economy. I view a deflationary economy as good, not bad. In the past, deflationary economies have been bad, but because the assumptions were wrong, or the environment was wrong. When everything's near free, that's a good thing, especially for equality and equity in the population. And it will result in that. So just a few more comments. The workforce transition is going to be very, very disruptive. I already gave you the example of Germany. I think it's the biggest problem Europe will face is the transitions. There's security challenges, deepfake challenges. I won't go into all of them. I do believe China is being very, very aggressive. In fact, there's more research papers in AI published today in China or with Chinese authors than with Western authors or American authors. That's not a bad thing, but it is a call that India needs to also catch up. So, summarizing, near-term free essential services, mid-term lots of disruption in the 2030s, and adjusting policy in the face, especially of democratic policies, and this is where China, I believe, has a large advantage. The Western world, less so. Handling those will be hard, and then long-term abundance is very, very clear, and by 2050, we could have a very different planet. I hope I'm still working by then. I'll be 95. But this is the opportunity in the vision I'm excited about, and I think can happen. So, this won't happen. It will be made to happen, especially in a country like India. So these are essential components. So let me stop there. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khosla. That was incredible. I think, personalized tutoring service, 24/7 access to doctors, near free legal services, that's definitely a cause all of us can stand behind. And you, of course, threw us some challenges as well. Why am I not surprised?
I'm very optimistic.
Job market, housing, roads, transportation. So yeah, with all the brain power in this room, I'm sure we'll all get there. So our next session is a talk from a guest of honor who's actually flown in all the way from Delhi, India, Mr. Abhishek Singh. He's the DG NIC and Additional Secretary for the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So please welcome Mr. Abhishek.
From grassroots administration to the helm of India's digital governance, Abhishek Singh has charted a remarkable path as a visionary public servant. Starting as an accomplished officer of the Indian Administrative Service, he has shaped policy and delivered impact across sectors, from rural infrastructure and disaster response to education, healthcare, and urban reform. In 2025, he was entrusted with one of the nation's most pivotal digital roles, Director General of the National Informatics Center, while also serving as Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. In his current roles, he spearheads efforts to build India's AI ecosystem, including development of compute infrastructure, data sets, homegrown models, and AI governance frameworks. His work ensures that innovation isn't just cutting edge, but inclusive, secure, and accessible to all. At the heart of his vision lies a uniquely Indian digital future, one that is built not only on adoption of global AI models, but development of indigenous AI solutions that reflect India's linguistic, cultural, and governance diversity. Through bold leadership, he is building the infrastructure and ethics for a digital nation, where technology strengthens democracy, drives innovation, and leaves no citizen behind. In February next year, he will play a central role at the flagship India AI Impact Summit in New Delhi, an event that will be inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, underscoring the national priority and momentum behind India's AI mission.
Thank you. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be speaking at this pre-event of the India AI Impact Summit, being hosted by our Consulate General of India, Shikhar Reddy, and with the distinguished presence of our keynote speakers, Vinod Khosla ji, Vinod Dham ji, then our Deputy Chief of Mission who has flown in from DC, the tech leaders who are present here today from across industry, startup. This is the place where things happen, and it's always an honor and privilege to be at this in the Silicon Valley and get to learn about what is possible. We just heard the scintillating talk by Mr. Vinod Khosla, in which he kind of outlined his vision of AI and what all we can do, what all AI can do for the global world, what all AI can do for India per se. So what I would focus on today is briefly on that, because most of the possibilities from education, healthcare, services, and creating jobs in the AI economy, when some of the jobs will be impacted, has been beautifully outlined by Mr. Khosla. But I will briefly mention about what we are doing in India and give kind of an overview of what we are planning for the Impact Summit that we are hosting in February of next year. So if you look at India, today we are recognized as the world's fastest growing economy, and in fact, the last quarter results just came out, and we were growing at the rate of 8.2%. And what we see is that we are growing at a rapid pace. Currently we are at around $4 trillion economy. We aspire to grow up to a $30 trillion economy by 2047. That will help us reach a developed country status, Viksit Bharat, as our Honorable Prime Minister speaks about. And I will just mention about how technology and how AI can be a big enabler in this growth. If we look at global growth rates also, consistently, but for the COVID and but for a few shocks, we have been growing at a rapid pace, much faster than any of the other major economies. And a part of this growth has been contributed in the last few years by the digital public infrastructure that we have built. And the DPI stack, the India stack as we call it, primarily consisting of the identity layer with Aadhaar, with 1.4 billion Aadhaar, with the UPI layer, which ensures that we do almost 50% of the digital payment transactions globally, or the data empowerment layer, the paperless layer, with a product like DigiLocker, which allows seamless exchange of documents and information with almost 600 million users, 10 billion documents. So all of it is laid the basic foundations for us to leverage technology, leverage AI, and move to the next level. The numbers are like mind-boggling. Of course, we are a large country, but without adopting technology to power services, whether it's education, healthcare, we would not have had the foundation on which we are trying to build up our AI layer over it. So, and now this digital public infrastructure has been recognized globally about how different countries are also looking at adopting similar solutions for their own countries. Like, for example, around 27 countries are building Aadhaar-based solutions like what we have done. Even countries like UK are looking at a DigiLocker kind of solutions. So both in the global south and many countries which are kind of developed and advanced, they are also looking at how technology has empowered India, and we are kind of trying to make it available for other countries as one of the outcomes that we had after the G20 summit that we hosted 2 years back. So now when we look at AI, of course, a lot of it was outlined by Mr. Khosla, but we look at AI to help turbocharge our digital public infrastructure. In fact, I look at it as like with the power of AI, we can ensure that the reach and access of our services under India stack, whether it's healthcare, agriculture, education, it can reach to many more people by enabling services in all Indian languages and by enabling voice-enabled services. So what we are looking at is that in India's digital ecosystem, today we very often say that 900 million people are connected and they are online and they are benefiting from that. But with the AI, we have the potential of connecting the remaining 500 million people. Because we are 1.4 billion people, and many of these people in the rural areas, farmers and all, they struggle to go to a website or to an app or access services, because entering information in their mother tongue on a website or an app is not easy for somebody who's not very tech savvy. But if the same service was available through an AI-enabled engine, in which he can ask, like, where do I get my fertilizers, what pesticides I should use, where I should sell my produce, or somebody trying to get basic information about healthcare, like what to do if a child is suffering from diarrhea, or where to get for basic help, or a small business or a retailer using AI to optimize his operations, reduce his costs, increase his income. So if all of it is made available, then AI can really contribute, bring in efficiency, productivity in every sector of the economy, and that can help us move fast forward. Our coders, as he mentioned, like we do have a huge risk, because today the advantage that we had in the last so many years was that we had the cognitive skills with which we enabled the IT and ITS sector and solved global problems, whether in the financial sectors, transportation sectors, and our IT companies and IT professionals provided these services to the whole world. But today, that skill, the cognitive skill for building products and services by using technology, is being challenged by the AI bots. So how do we compete with a $20 bot, which is doing things more efficiently? To do this, we'll have to ensure that we empower our software professionals, developers, coders, students in almost every sector with AI skills, so that they can provide these services much better, from what he mentioned about AI transformation services. So that's the opportunity that we have. We can create, there are reports which say that it can create almost 5 million new jobs. It can contribute almost $1 trillion to our economy, to our digital economy, and it will ultimately help government become more efficient and more transparent. Because very often what we find in every sector, because of a lot of subjectivity, because of a lot of government not being able to offer efficient services, a lot of growth is blocked, a lot of growth is locked. If we can bring in that, if we can make our courts more efficient with AI-based legal services, if we can make decision-making much faster, much more efficient, much more objective, it can really help our entrepreneurs, our builders of the new economy move very, very fast forward, and can result in a lot of efficiency and productivity gains. So with this in objective, what we did, like the India AI mission, which was approved by the government last year, which we, in March of 24, it kind of focused on that, what can the government do to ensure that we are able to realize our AI potential? Because it was felt that while we do have the talent and we do have the expertise and we do have people who have the skills to build AI products and services, but there's something that is ensuring that we are lagging much, much behind China and the US, and the delta is too huge to cover. So for that, we tried to identify, we did consultations with industry, with academia, with the researchers, with AI stakeholders, and we realized that there are several bottlenecks, like the amount of money that we spend for R&D was much, much lesser compared to what China and the US do. The availability of compute was a big bottleneck, because till last year we had only about 600 odd GPUs that was available for our entire ecosystem. Then the amount of funding that was required for startups and all that was like a big, big limiting factor. So to address these gaps, the AI mission was conceptualized, and the government assured funding from all the verticals. There's 7-pillar strategy that we have. So briefly, I will touch upon that. So idea was to make compute available and accessible to those who need it. So we did a very interesting private sector-led incentive mechanism for setting up compute infrastructure. And today we do have almost 40,000 GPUs, much lesser compared to the AI factories that are coming up world over, but at least 40,000 GPUs are available at a much, much lower cost. Government underwrites almost 40% of the compute cost. So those who need it, they are able to get it at around 65 rupees, which is less than $1 per GPU per hour, compared to the global prices of $2.5. And then we also realized that while there are a lot of foundation models, LLMs, which have been built in the US and now, of course, open source solutions in China, but India did not have an LLM of its own. So we do aspire and we do believe that we have the capability of doing so. So we are funding almost 12 such initiatives for building Indian LLMs and SLMs in various sectors like healthcare and material science and the rest. So we do believe that two initiatives, especially the one led by Sarvam and one led by Bharat Jain in IIT Bombay, they are at very almost near, and before the summit that we're hosting in February, we should be able to announce an Indian LLM, which will be primarily a voice-based LLM, which will be able to provide services which I was referring to farmers and to retailers and to students and to people needing healthcare. Then we have also, like, one other bottleneck that was observed was that even though we are a large country and we have done a lot of digitization over the years, but one key problem that all AI stakeholders felt, that access to data. So we are setting up a datasets platform, AI Kosh, because data is like inherent. Other than compute and talent, without data, you can't build AI applications and models. So we have set up India datasets platform called AI Kosh, which has got, like, today 3,500 data sets from both public sector and private sector, and it's kind of being ramped up as we speak. And we do believe that this will become like one place which will help entrepreneurs and researchers to train models and to build AI applications. Then we also launched an application development initiative so that we can identify certain applications which can be scaled up across country, especially in education, in climate change, in agriculture, in healthcare, in governance. So we do have around 30 applications that we are currently working with the state governments and government of India departments to scale them up and to deploy that. For example, an AI assistant for farmers, an AI tool for diagnosing tuberculosis, cataract, diabetic retinopathy, because very often we do have machines, X-ray machines and radiology machines in the rural areas, but sometimes we don't have qualified radiologists and doctors. So that problem can easily be solved with significant level of accuracy by the AI machines and AI bots. That's currently being done. Then we have a future skills program, because what we do believe is that even though we do have the talent advantage, but if we don't invest in talent enough, we will be losing that advantage. So we are providing funding support for research, for AI projects at undergrad, postgrad, and research level. So that's currently happening. We also are setting up data labs across the country, because we do need to train people to become data scientists, to data annotators, data analysts, because those jobs are also being created. So especially the ITIs and the polytechnics, therein we are trying to produce data scientists and data annotators so that they can take up those jobs. We do have a safe and trusted pillar, because it's all, whenever we talk of AI, it's always also accompanied by that, how do we ensure that we do have the capacity to ensure that all AI applications are safe, are trustworthy, are responsible, conform to the ethical principles. So under the safe and trustworthy pillar, we have set up an AI Safety Institute, and we are part of the global network of safety institutes, wherein we are developing tools for bias mitigation, for ethical AI certification, for privacy preservation, for machine learning, for detecting deep fakes, for labeling AI-generated content. So that we are working with research institutions to develop such tools, which will be available as a global, as a AI commons for the entire ecosystem. Then we have a startup financing pillar in which we are working with VCs and funds to come out with a fund of funds model wherein we will be able to co-invest in the startups. So the idea is that identified funds will be identifying the AI startups in which they will be investing, and the government will just match the investment at the valuation levels that has been arrived at. So the actual task of identification and working out the levels will be done by experts, and we will kind of just supporting that effort so that the funding is made available to startups when they need the most. So there's a brief background about what all we are doing under the AI mission. So I will now quickly come to the Impact Summit, and a lot of it will be showcased when we host the summit in February 2026. And I'll just quickly go through about the various components and what all is happening. We are getting a lot of queries and a lot of interest from all over with regard to participation in the summit. So as many of you would be aware, this summit is a series of summits that started in Bletchley Park in November 23, and there the summit was classified as AI Safety Summit. And there the focus was primarily on the risks that frontier AI models pose. And it was more focused on how do we mitigate the risks that come from frontier AI models. But as we move forward to the next summit last year in Korea and onwards to the Action Summit that we co-hosted with France earlier this year, the focus has shifted from expanding the scope of these summits, like not only about the risks, but also talk about the opportunities, about innovation, about what all can do. And in fact, the Paris Summit highlighted several themes. They focused on governance, they focused on public interest AI, they focused on future of work, they focused on sustainability, and of course, the safe and trusted part. So taking into whatever has been done so far, we are trying to build on whatever has been achieved globally at the summit. So the objectives that we are hosting, the first time the summit has come from the global north to the global south to a developing country. So what we are trying to focus on is that how do we democratize access to AI? Because today, most of the AI that's being developed is limited to a very few countries and if I may say a few companies which are dominating the entire development of AI. So how do we kind of ensure that the majority of the world does not end up only becoming AI users, how they can participate in the discourse with regard to how the technology is being developed? How do we support development of indigenous solutions, like the solution that we are building in India? Can it become more global? Can the countries of global south also be part of it? How do we build AI for good? How do we build these solutions for healthcare, education that can have replication in other countries also? Here we are taking a page out of the DPI playbook, wherein just like India's stack is being looked at by so many countries for adopting, can we ensure that we add AI layer to the DPI and make it available for the larger world? And there India will have a huge role to play. And of course, work with the global community for developing the global standards with regard to regulating AI. And again, a lot of efforts are going on in this direction at various forums, at the UN High-Level Advisory Body on AI, at the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. We are part of those forums, but again, those discussions happen at every such forum. So how do we ensure that we bring the voice of the Global South in that narrative when we are developing the frameworks for regulating AI? The summit numbers, of course, we are looking at huge participation, more than 100 countries, lots of CEOs have already confirmed, and we are looking at deliverables also at the summit so that it doesn't end up being a talking shop also only. It ends up in coming out with some tangible outcomes and objectives and action plan that India and the rest of the world can work on together in the days to come. So the whole summit is like, of course, we are calling it the Impact Summit, and we are looking at, so one mantra is the impact, and we are looking at impact on 3 key pillars. The way it has been structured is that the 3 key pillars on which we are looking at the impact are people, planet, progress. The people pillar, of course, is the most important for a country like India, which has such a strong ITS sector, wherein we'll focus on how AI impacts jobs, how AI impacts employment, how the need for reskilling, upskilling, and how we can ensure that we can leverage it for our benefit and for the world's benefit in the days to come. So that will be the people part. The issues of inclusion will also be covered there. Then the planet is, of course, about making AI more sustainable, because we all know the amount of AI energy the AI is consuming. How do we build green data centers? How do we like earmark the renewable energy for AI compute? So that will be one part for making AI more sustainable and more efficient. But the other part will be like how we can use AI to address climate challenges. How AI can be used for predicting floods, for predicting extreme heat events, and even something like how AI can be used to make grids more efficient. How do we reduce power, energy transmission and distribution losses? We are already doing several projects in India in that direction. So the impact of AI on the planet will be a very key focus area. And of course, progress. Progress will have two dimensions. One is like AI for economic growth, in the sense that how it leads to productivity gains, efficiency gains, and the second dimension will be AI for social good, how it can help be used to expand access of services in healthcare, in agriculture, education. So those two dimensions will be there, both economic growth and social good. So that's the structuring that we have. And across these three pillars, we have 7 themes that we have taken up. There are 7 working groups which are chaired by India, and then we have 2 co-chairs from different countries, mainly one global north and one global south. So 14 countries are also part of these working groups. The themes are, of course, AI for economic growth and social good, democratizing AI resources, inclusion, then safe and trusted AI, human capital, of course, on the jobs and the people part, then resilience, innovation, and efficiency, which will focus on sustainability, and then science. Science has also been taken up, like how AI can be used for advancing drug discovery, for using in cutting-edge R&D. So these are 7 working groups, and these working groups have already started having their meetings, what we do hope is that these working groups will come out with the outcome statements and outcome documents, action plans, and this will ultimately flow into the declaration that will be adopted at the summit. So this is like the whole structure, like the working groups, as I mentioned, so their outcomes will go into the adopting the declaration at the summit. So these are the working group meetings which have already started. In fact, almost 60 countries and 20 international organizations have been part of the working group meetings that have already been held. We are looking at 3 virtual meetings and 1 hybrid meeting of the working groups. And then we have like several flagship events along with the working groups and the summit outcomes and declarations. We also launched 3 innovation challenges. An open innovation challenge, entries of it closed on 30th of November. And we have, like, there are 3 challenges. One is for open for the whole world. The second was only for women-led startups and women researchers, AI by her. And then we had a Yuva AI, which was focusing on young AI entrepreneurs and champions below the age of 21. So across these 3 innovation challenges, we have got almost 15,000 plus entries, and the best part is that the entries have come from 136 countries. So it's become truly global, and we are looking at a lot of participation from across the world for these challenges. And currently, of course, these entries are being evaluated, and the best will be presented at the summit. They will be invited. We will be like bearing the cost of the travel for all those who are selected there. They will be showcasing the solutions at the exhibition and presenting at the summit. Then we are also doing a research symposium in which we are getting top researchers from across the world to come and present their papers. Again, this will become like the academic input at the at the summit, in addition to the political statements that will be made. So that the research symposium here also, like, we also had a focus area, especially for researchers from the global south. Like, we are having a global south showcase. So therein, in fact, we have got almost 250 entries from several countries. Thank you. From several countries across Africa, Asia, Latin America. So again, the focus of this whole summit around this innovation challenges and research symposium and other activities is not only make it a meeting point for usual conference visitors, but kind of involve the larger community into the AI discourse. Then we are also coming up, we are partnering with several international bodies for coming up compendiums on key issues. Like with WHO, we are producing a casebook on AI health use cases in the global south. With the International Energy Agency, we are trying to document the best practices and how more efficient AI, how more sustainable AI can be built in. With UN Women, we are trying to create a compendium for AI use cases for women empowerment. Then with Food and Agriculture Organization, we are trying to build up a casebook on AI use cases in agriculture. Similarly, with several entities, especially with Step Foundation in India, we are trying to build up a compendium for AI use cases in education, then AI use cases in accessibility. Then we are also working with Niti Aayog to get a global tech leaders vision and what lies ahead. And also Yoshua Bengio, who started with the International AI Safety Report at the Bletchley Park Summit, and he followed up with the State of Science report at the Korea Summit and the Paris Summit. So that report is also currently under development. It's an international group of researchers who are coming ahead, and Yoshua Bengio will be presenting the State of Science report at the Impact Summit in February. And then we also have an exhibition in which, an expo in which we'll be showcasing the best of AI technology, wherein countries, companies, industry, startups will be presenting their solutions. A huge expo has been planned, and we will be having exhibitors from across the world who will be showcasing their AI solutions at the summit. Then the overview of the entire summit, of course, the main summit is on 19th and 20th, which will have the expo and opening ceremony and the leaders plenary and the CEO roundtable and panel discussions roundtables. But that whole week of February, we'll have lots of events, 16th, 17th, 18th, these innovation challenge presentations, research symposium, industry sessions, all will be happening during the summit. And then we also have in India, we are doing 7 regional conferences, and we are doing lots of pre-events, and the working group meetings, hybrid events will be organized across India. And across the world also, a lot of pre-events are happening, like the one that's happening here today, and the similar has been done at several countries across the world. So pre-summit events, we have done in 20+ countries, including countries in Africa, in Argentina, in South America, all over. Within India, we have gone to almost 60+ cities with participation of almost 100,000 people in various events that have happened so far. Some of the snapshots of the events that have happened, I'll quickly run through these. And these are happening, and we are getting a lot of interest from not only industry, startups, researchers, but also civil society organizations with regard to key issues that the summit should address. So like the effort is to make the summit truly inclusive and truly participative from all the key stakeholders that are there. This event, I think, happened in New York during the UNGA General Assembly, Nairobi, Barcelona, several places, all over India, in Geneva, in Cape Town. Then, of course, Delhi, many events. Across universities, a lot of events are happening, pre-summit events. And these are the international events. We did an event at the International IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, at the COP30, at the UNGA, at the Global DPI Summit in Cape Town, the GPay event, and the World Economic Forum. At the Davos also, there will be an event. And there are a lot of partners who are also hosting events, universities, colleges, so kind of getting the inputs from all key stakeholders for the summit. And as I mentioned, regional group meetings and working group meetings have been planned across the country so that we actually involve everyone in the planning of the summit. The key deliverables, what are we trying to achieve as per the outcomes of the working group meetings? In brief, we are trying to create a charter for democratizing AI resources, like how we can democratize access to compute, datasets, algorithms for the larger global world. How we can create an AI commons repository. AI commons repository will include use cases for AI which can be open source, which can be made available for the larger global community, the reskilling principles, competency frameworks at various levels, what all courses that can be made available. So that's also something that we are trying to work on. Then a playbook for equitable workplace transition. That's again something that the Human Capital Working Group is trying to build in. Then framework for capacity building in public sector, because that's again a problem area that we have, that we are working with at the working group to develop that framework. Then AI for Science Network, a global network for use of AI in science. Then AI Impact Awards also we are trying to institute, which will become an annual award. Then AI Safety Commons, all these tools for bias mitigation, ethical AI certification, can it be created into a repository and made available as a digital public good? Then AI Governance and Safety, the guidance note. Then commitments on frontier model usage. This is something that we are trying to work with the companies that are developing the frontier AI models. And we are trying to get them give a commitment that they will share the usage data of the models in various countries with sovereign governments. So that if India, people are using a ChatGPT or a Claude or any of these frontier models, then as government, we should know what is being used for. Are the software coders using it, or are the creators using it, so that we can align our reskilling strategy based on that. Then of course, Global Alliance for Advancing Inclusion. Inclusion is a big theme. Then framework for resilient, efficient AI, and principles of, so these are currently being developed as deliverables that will come out to the summit. Of course, these are at the negotiation stage. We are discussing with at the working group. Experts are contributing to that. So if there are any stakeholders here who feel strongly about any of these deliverables and want to give your suggestions, ideas, that will be most welcome. The summit week, of course, it will begin, in fact, on the Sunday of the week, we are also doing a AI for the creator economy, in which there will be a culture day in which we'll be showcasing, and that's going to be a public event. Those of you who have been to Delhi, the Central Park at Connaught Place will host this session, which will have a space for showcasing solutions for usage of AI in animation, in filmmaking, in music, in fine arts, in literature, in poetry. So that will be showcased, and it will be like an open event, like a Lit Fest, in which showing AI usage in the creator economy will be there. So, so this will be like a very interesting area, and we are getting a lot of interest from various people who are using AI. In fact, I was surprised to get interest from several music bands who have built AI bands. So we also have created so in the evening, we'll have an amphitheater in which AI bands will be performing. So that will be there. Then we have lots of sessions which have been planned on 16th to 18th with regard to panel discussions, keynote sessions, launches of compendiums. The innovation challenges, 19th and 20th, I've already mentioned. The expo visit will be there, the opening ceremony will be there, the leaders plenary, then the CEO roundtable, and the panel discussions will also be there. We have got lots of confirmation. Some of it is showcased here. A lot of tech leaders, the heads of government, around 15 heads of government, and almost 50 CEOs we are expecting. So some of the names are showed here, which includes prominent names in the tech world, and I'm sure we'll be getting many more names today. In fact, we did get to hear that Mr. Vinod Dham and Vinod Khosla will also be attending. So again, this will ensure that all the key people across domains come there. More information is available on our website, impact.indiaai.gov.in. You can scan this QR code to get more information about the summit. So that's all that I wanted to share today. And yeah, thank you.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Abhishek, for making the long journey and for sharing all of this fantastic information. I hope you got the QR code at the end of it. If you are interested in attending this conference, please get in touch with the Indian Consulate, and of course, we'd love to have more presence.
I know.
Next up, we have a panel discussion. So we have 4 panel sessions throughout this afternoon. The thought leadership and the conversation that happened today, a lot of this is going to feed into the AI summit that happens in Delhi. Okay. So the first panel that we have is around human-centric innovation and impact. We're going to play a short video so you can see who the panelists and the moderators are. And after that, we'll have a short break. Thank you.
As we begin today's conversation, let's start with a simple but powerful question. Are we advancing technology, or are we advancing humanity through Alito pairs global policy expertise with deep experience in AI safety. At Anthropic, he helps shape international standards that ensure advanced AI delivers accountable, people-centered impact worldwide, making him uniquely equipped to guide a discussion on responsible, human-centered innovation.
थोड़ा साइड में कर दो है केबल डाल
As we begin today's conversation, let's makes him uniquely positioned to guide conversations on world.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats back. We are starting the panel discussion in 3 seconds. Yes. Yeah, do that, yeah.
Water.
Folks at the back, if I can please request you to find your seats. We are starting the panel discussion right now. We will have more breaks planned through the day, so there will be time, but please kindly be seated, and we're going to be starting right away.
We good to go? Awesome. Thank you. Hey, everybody. I am Dr. Pradeep. I am the CEO of Sensory.ai, and hope you all can hear me relatively clearly. And we have a cool panel, if I may use the word, a really, really cool panel to talk about human-centric or human innovation and human-centered innovation, however you want to spin it or call it. So what I would love to do very quickly is for each of you to quickly share a little bit about who you are, what your company is, and what about this particular topic interests you.
Sounds good. I have to say the audience currently is operating in Indian Standard Time, which is okay. But I'm Sachit Kamath. I'm the Chief Product Officer at Eightfold AI. We're an AI company that's been focused on employment, which was the topic covered in a couple of the sessions today. And we've been helping some of the world's largest and most impactful companies hire people using AI, upskill them, move them to the right roles, and effectively have been doing this for a number of years and have done it at scale across the world. We also operate out of India, so we have 2 sites in India. I spend about 3 to 4 trips a year in India, and it's always amazing to see all the innovations happening there. So, you know, some of the personal experiences around the digital transformation that India is going through, I experience it 3 to 4 times a year. I spend about a month or so there, and yeah, I'd say that the transformation I've seen around payments is one I would just call out. And it's always amazing to see the fact that you don't have to use cash anymore in India. As someone that grew up there, that is a transformation that I think the Indian government should be incredibly proud of.
Thank you, dude. And I'm going to do the kind of dictatorial move on, if you guys don't mind, just to kind of keep the ball rolling, yeah? All right.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Pradeep. Well, thanks. I'm Mike Salito. I'm the head of global affairs at Anthropic, and I appreciate the Consulate General for inviting me to be here today. And I'm also glad, after hearing Abhishek speak about all the events at the summit, that he's responsible for organizing that and not me. In a previous life, I worked in the U.S. government and organized big events like this, and I know what a massive headache it is. So glad that's somebody else's responsibility. Anthropic announced in October that we're opening an office in Bangalore. We really want to be close to the builder community there. Anthropic is really an enterprise-focused company, and our goal is to empower enterprises from single-person startups all the way to the largest companies and conglomerates in the world to really be more competitive and better service customers locally and globally. I think the opportunity in India is just really massive. We've heard today a number of speeches talk about the opportunities, talk about India's approach to AI, talk about how forward-leaning the government really is on delivering benefits to the people today based on the technology and its future potential. So it's very exciting to be here and to be part of this. To say a little bit about human-centric AI, before I joined Anthropic, I helped to launch the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI, which is just up the road here. And I think there's a strong alignment between the views that we have at Anthropic and the views in India around the importance of the technology being safe and responsible and trustworthy and serving the needs of humans and serving at the direction of humans, right? This technology should be here to support and augment and enhance humans and in our lives and not be something that's human serve or makes us subservient to the technology in a way. So again, thanks for having me and look forward to the conversation.
Super. Yes.
Hi, I'm Velchami Sankaralingam. So I'm the President of Product and Engineering at Zoom. First, thanks for the great event, Consul General, and thanks for inviting me. And it's great to hear all the speakers before me. So Zoom, I think I'm assuming most of you are Zoom customers, so thanks for being a customer. So I think our philosophy is Zoom has, we have been with AI a lot, because if you remember during the pandemic, the virtual backgrounds and all of those are all AI, but with Gen AI, there is a lot of development in the last 2-3 years. And our focus is always it's a AI first platform, but also the human connection, because I think we connect humans. There is a lot of development in India as well for Zoom. We have our development center there. We have one in Bangalore, Chennai, and we also run a lot of our operations, like running the Zoom service, our security teams. And we recently launched Zoom Phone. Zoom, as most of you know, I think you know the video part of the Zoom, but there is a lot more to Zoom. It's not just meetings. There is a Zoom enterprise phone system. There is a Zoom contact center, whiteboard. There is a lot of products that we have. And in India, we are the first ones to launch a Zoom Phone service that's running in 6 circles. And we have a lot of local customers and multinational customers. And great to participate in this event. And thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me. My name is Dev Khare. I'm a partner at Lightspeed, an early stage and multi-stage venture capital fund. We've been in a business for 25 years here in the US, as well as Europe, Israel, and India. And we have about 30 billion under management globally, of which about 2 billion is deployed in India in about 100 companies. And I was there for 10 years, moved here about 5 years ago, still investing in businesses that are targeting India or started in India targeting the world. In terms of human-centered innovation, the one point I want to make is that data is core to AI, and India has a lot of data. Sarvam was mentioned by the previous speaker from Mighty. That's a portfolio company of ours leveraging Indian data to build solutions for India in India's languages. I think that's a very important sort of national security thing for India to have its own models. But we also have lots of other data, healthcare data, that can be used to train systems for India as well as for the world, and also satellite data, and lots of other things that come out of India that can benefit human-centered AI.
Thank you. All right. Now, I want to begin by making each one of you go through an existential crisis, if you guys are open to it, yeah? So I'll tell you mine, and some of you may know I have a little over 90 patents. I've written books, and every time I sit with one of your algorithms, Michael, I feel like an idiot, right? The algorithms of Gen AI today can innovate faster, innovate better, and really be utterly brilliant. So I have asked myself, what is my role anymore? What am I supposed to contribute if everything I can think about is taught faster, better, infinitely superior? What is my role? And honestly, I have no idea what it is. I'm still discovering it, right? And it is not just, Vinod was talking about how wonderful services there could exist, and I buy all of that. Try explaining it to somebody who is on the verge of losing their job because that AI thing took their job away. So I kind of want you guys to look at the jobs you do. You're a product chief, you're the head of global affairs, you manage Zoom, and you invest in companies. Look at your own jobs, and I want you to ask, what about my job that Gen AI today can't do? Or can it do everything? And if so, what is your unique role?
So I'm a product person, and throughout my career, I've been building products for consumers, either at LinkedIn, at Uber, many of the services you probably use on an everyday basis. If you shift the mindset from basically wanting to create everything yourself to giving up some of that creative control to effectively Gen AI that can potentially create some of the drafts for what you might want to build, there is still an element of taste that goes into building product, right? And so if it was bots that were building products for all of us, I think we would it would end up in a world where all the products would actually look the same. But that is not the world we live in. We know that we as humans have unique preferences. There are geographic differences in the way that we operate. There are all these constraints. And so I do think that there is still an element of taste that comes into product management. And I think that's sort of where that human element comes in. We can just operate way faster as a result of having all this creative ability to innovate faster. But there is an element of taste in terms of what we ship.
Got it. So build the prototype, impart human personalization is your approach. All right, Michael.
Great question. Well, I work in government affairs, previously worked in diplomacy. A lot of that involves cocktail parties. Currently, AI cannot drink a martini, so I feel like
artificial intoxication is
right.
AI.
So
Okay.
I feel like we've got a lock on that. So, it's interesting, now that the models have gotten quite a lot better at doing research, work that maybe I previously would have contracted out to contractors to write, generic landscape assessment about what's going on in the AI policy space in country X. I don't ask contractors to do that anymore. I have the models do it. But what the models can't do, and what people are really good at, is having human intuition about what's going on behind the scenes. What is that intelligence that is, you only pick up from being on the ground or walking around, the hallways of a national capital, legislature, things like that. What are the key relationships and connections? How do you sort of persuade people? What makes them tick? That's the sort of thing that really requires human intelligence, that requires the relationships that only humans have. And that's the piece that you can't sort of delegate to AI. And I don't think that piece is going to go away. As long as, we continue to be governed by humans, human relationships are going to really matter here.
Fair point. So your take is non-verbal, non-conscious cues in human relationships that can only be picked up by other humans is, you see, a definite use case for your job, right?
Right, and also which is not going to be written down on a website or in a news article or something, but really requires that kind of behind-the-scenes conversation.
Great answer, great answer. Yes, Swami.
I would say today, there is so much data overload. I don't think we are efficient at all. I think we are maybe switching tasks, being in meetings, but don't have the time to go complete what you're doing in the meeting, etc. I think there is a lot of that will go away first. I mean, if I look at from a Zoom standpoint, we introduced a meeting summary, but then now we are moving to where the actions, whatever the action items that you have, can be done by AI. So assume you're in a meeting, and then whatever you say can be taken care of for you. So there are different stages. And I think we have to first go through all these stages, build more and more efficiencies before our jobs. And if I get a 3-day or 4-day weekend, I'll be very happy at the end of it.
So to summarize, your view is for you to be an effective executive, there is a million things you need to do that you really don't have the time in the day or the efficacy to do. So it allows you to be a lot more efficient when AI helps you out there. Be a fair way to state it?
Yes, I think that'll be the interim. And at the end, if it actually replaces me, I'll be happy.
Yes, Dave.
Yeah, so I'll be a bit tongue-in-cheek in that AI has actually expanded the opportunities that we can invest in as a venture firm. There's a lot more that is possible to automate and to energize through technology now. Anthropic is a portfolio company of Lightspeed, Eightfold is, and there's a lot more that's going on out there, whether it's in healthcare. We have a company in India called Cure, Q-U-R-E, kind of like Vinod was saying earlier, it does radiology AI and can detect lung cancer at stage 1A and 1B, which was not possible before. And so it's saving lives. So the number of opportunities are much greater. Having said that, we also use AI to automate our own internal operations.
Yeah, that's where I was curious about that. When you looked at your own job, right? Not the number of things you can do, but your own job as a person, as a VC, right? What about that job you believe cannot be done by Gen AI?
I think there's a lot of Look, I can't say nothing can be done. There even was some YouTube video the other day about an AI VC. When it met you, it would say, hey, I've already read everything about you. I've read your PowerPoint. I've made a decision. I've already wired you the money. I've made 20 introductions. I'll see you in 5 years. And so that just sounds like not how the world works, but that's what that VC is supposedly doing. But it just helps us be much more efficient. Just see many more companies, evaluate many more companies. But I think there is an element of taste, like Sachin was saying, a little bit of judgment that I don't think is imbued in the AI models. And it also changes from fund to fund, from person to person, from country to country. So there's a lot of variation. I don't think it can be solved with one thing out there. So there's taste, judgment, variation that still remains.
Got it. Thank you very much. Now, I just want to touch upon the issue of scalability. I think the Consul General spoke about India and building LLMs out there, and with the vast amounts of data that you talk about, the number of GPUs, et cetera. Meaning in my own company, one of the interesting innovations we are working on is, because I work closely with neuroscientists at Berkeley and engineers at Berkeley, professors of engineering, we came to the conclusion, I mean, not the conclusion, it's a fact that the human brain takes 60 watts of power. That's it. So all of us sitting out here, all 5 of us thinking together in this little forum, 300 watts of power. That's it, right? And yet here we are building vast data centers, massive GPUs that require nuclear reactors to power them. Are we all walking down a path that is entirely unscalable, right? If you look at all of nature, it is centered around energy optimization, literally. You know, if you study gait as to why people walk a certain way, why the giraffe walks this way, the horse runs that way, it's just strictly based on an organizing principle, minimize energy consumption. And yet here we are, building this massive thing, right? So I kind of want for you to opine. It's not necessarily something grounded in your observed fact, but I would love your opinion. As humanity tries to scale the reach and power of Gen AI, are we going about it the right way?
I actually want to hear his opinion about it before I go.
You're punting.
I think it's a great question. But I think what I would say is that you're right, over time energy optimization happens, right? Today's, frontier open source models, which are, relatively small compared to the frontier models, are better in capability than anything that existed a year or two ago, right? Each year, the cost in terms of like the energy requirement or compute requirements of training a model that's at the same level of intelligence is decreasing by a factor of about maybe 10 or so. And so, yes, at the very frontier, things continue to require greater scale, but in building that scale, we also learn optimizations. We also learn how to build smaller models that are more capable. Our smallest model, Haiku 4.5, is better than, our largest model a year ago, right, by far. And so you're gonna get these optimizations over time, but when you're pushing the frontier of technology, it always requires more, energy and investment. If you look at like the space program, for example, it used to take years to build a rocket that we would launch once in this massive effort, and now, SpaceX is launching rockets like on a weekly basis or something that are reusable and use less, less resources and so on. So we're going to get there. I think it's just a matter of time, and there will be this difference between, the very, very frontier, which is going to, for the foreseeable future, unless we find a new paradigm, continue to be very resource intensive, and like the 98% of other, models and use cases which don't require that level of resource.
Very fair. Anyone else want to opine on this?
I can add. So I've been in this industry like pre-internet. Okay, so I know like how many servers we built during the internet phase. And those days, I remember a rack used to be 5 kilowatts, and then you can't even put one blade server once the blade server came up. So these are all evolution. Okay, but the one thing with the AI, what I'm seeing is normally, if you look at the previous technologies, your development takes much less resources than your production. This is actually a little bit reverse. Building your model takes a lot more resources. In a way, it's not bad because the inferencing doesn't take as much resources as your model building. Yeah. So as you start building models and then you start deploying in production, the power consumption in production is going to be less. And I'm pretty sure all the chip makers, I mean, these are all innovations that are areas of innovation to say, how do you optimize power? How do you optimize cooling? How do you increase the PUE of the data centers and all that? And where do you put these data centers? There is a lot that could be done there.
Brilliant.
I'll just add from an India perspective that, we all used to be in a situation when growing up in India where there used to be power cuts all the time. It turns out India has more energy supply today than energy consumption. There's an excess. It's just unevenly distributed. And there are modern grids and modern technologies. There's a company called Indian Energy Exchange, kind of like routing power like bits and bytes on the internet. That works in India very well. And so now we're seeing these data centers being set up near energy sources, hydro or solar or nuclear and so on. And that race is on in India. So from an India perspective, there is plenty of energy. There's more coming online. And it'll be consumed by the data centers out there, but it is available.
Brilliant. Do you want to comment, Sachin?
I'll just say as a product person, constraints are always an amazing thing, right, which is you have to innovate around those constraints. And I know there are brilliant people working on those problems right now.
Awesome. Now, I will tell you one thing. I didn't want to throw out a question without a perspective on that, right? And the unique perspective that we have filed patents on comes from an interesting observation that if you very deeply observed neuronal computation, how the neurons in our brain compute, you will see extraordinarily parallels to quantum computing. It is as if the reason and the power behind a lot of how we do what we do is not based on a binary state of the neuron, but rather a probabilistic state of existence. So we have taken, in my company, a dramatically different approach and posed an irreverent question. What if this entire transformer architecture were to somehow be present on a different kind of machine, right? So that is a unique perspective of how you'd go about it. So it's a thought, right? And so I wanted to transition to something else, which is, how do you keep the human in the loop in this extraordinary evolution? What is our particular place? Is it before, is it during, or is it after? Do you have a human being, quote unquote, write the most beautiful and gorgeous of prompts? Or do you monitor the output as it is produced? Or do you say thank you and look at it and decide what to do with it? Because, as you all know, even in the best of models, ChatGPT 5.75 or Anthropic 7000, whatever it is it guaranteed to produce perfect output 100% of the time? I would say the answer is no. 99.9% yes, but then there is that small percent that is no. So what is the role of the human in this loop of generative AI production? Your opinions?
So I'll take an example. So we're a company that obviously innovates in the recruiting space. And so the first, I would say, half decade of our existence, we were building tools that made recruiters better at their jobs using machine learning. With generative AI, we were now able to build experiences like, basically an agent that can go out and interview a candidate and bring you back the results. Initially, the way we positioned it was that, hey, this could potentially, do part of the job that the recruiter can do. But to be honest with you, that was almost a very myopic way of looking at the problem. It was imagining the world where agents were operating at human scale, except these agents have no limitations that we as humans do. They can do infinite interviews. And so we have to look at the problem in a completely different way, which is it actually enables a future that was not possible at human scale before, which means that a recruiter can, in theory, talk to thousands, millions of candidates, which is not possible just given how we operate as single-threaded humans. And that is one of the changes that we've seen, is that we can reimagine what the world looks like given generative AI, given these solutions, and then actually engineer workflows where the humans are reviewing the output at scale and imagining a future that was not possible before.
Got it. Now, I want to follow up based on Michael's comment earlier, both for you to respond and for you, Velshami, also to respond. Michael said, listen, the non-verbal cues in a conversation are so important, and doggone it, AI really can't get it. So when you're doing an interview of a candidate, how do you get the non-verbal cues when the candidate rolls their eyes or says something? How do you read that for you? And for you, Velshami, if you have action items coming out of meeting, and somebody said in the meeting, what the hell, I'll get it done, and they were really not sincere, how do you know from the tone of voice and the way they use their words that even though you call it an action item, it's an inaction item, it ain't going to happen? How do you guys, to Michael's point, read that in what you do?
So the short answer on the employment side of the house is there's regulation against doing that, so which is why we don't do it. But we also are able to use the video recording technology where you can actually capture some of that, right, and pass it on to the human that can evaluate it better than machines can. And so that's another example of where I think further innovation is required before, and obviously changes in regulation are required before companies like us can go in that direction.
Fair. Michael, or Velshami, go on.
I would say, look, we are talking about audio, but then why not video? It's the same learning for video as well. Actually, if you look at one of the products that we have, it's called Zoom Clips. The use case is, say you want to push a marketing video, you don't have time to produce. You just give a sample of your voice and video. It can actually create an avatar video of yourself. Actually, our CEO, Eric, he did earning calls with that. So it's basically one is generating the video, but also understanding the emotion. That is also possible. It's just a matter of time. How do you do the video LLMs?
Got it. Dev, you want to comment on that?
No, nothing to add.
Okay. So I'm told that we have a hard stop in about 10 minutes. But what I would love for each one of you is to kind of give us the wildest prediction of how human-centered innovation can happen and your worst fear. Your wildest prediction of what human-centered innovation can be using Gen AI and your worst fear in the same domain.
So obviously, I'm looking at it from an employment perspective, right? I know that is top of mind for a lot of people in terms of, is it a situation where jobs are going to be eliminated en masse? Layoffs, all the other stuff, right? And I think the euphemistic way to look at it is that we will create so many jobs as a result of operating at agent scale or AI that were not possible before because of that innovation. And the doom use case is that it is actually going to replace, right? And I as a technologist want to optimize for the euphemistic use case here.
Fair. Michael?
Well, a couple things. I wanted to go back and just partially answer the previous question about human-centered design. One thing that we think about a lot is Claude's character. How should Claude interact with users? How should it sort of support them? And one of the things that we think about is we want a chatbot that acts like a wise companion. A wise companion, your friend that you go to for advice, sometimes goes along with you and says like you're on the right track. Other times questions you and says like, is that really the right thing? Or why do you think that's the right answer for you? Or do you really want to go down that path? And I think it's really critical if people are going to be interacting with these systems and using them really across every aspect of their lives in really intimate ways, right? You're talking about your health, your mental well-being, and so on. That developers be really thoughtful about this design and really do research on how users are interacting with their systems, what they're learning, where the risks are, right? We've already seen, plenty of examples of people being taken down really dark paths. And as we bring online, the next 5 or 6 billion people that are not currently using these systems, just statistically, there are going to be a lot of cases where things go wrong if you're not very intentional about it. So I think that's one really critical thing to think about in kind of human-centered design here. In terms of opportunities, I mean, one of the things that excites me a lot, and Vinod mentioned this earlier, is really democratizing access to things that right now only, a very small number of people in the global population can access. I had a case recently where I got some blood tests done and had some, potentially concerning results related to like cardiovascular health, and I have a family history of cardiovascular disease, so I'm always kind of like looking for, these signs and what should I do about it? And the like generic advice you get from the doctor is like, well, this is, these results are just genetically determined, there's nothing you can do about it. I was like, all right, well, that's 80% of the time that's the case. And I put it into Claude and I said, well, Claude, what do you think? Claude said, well, 80% of the time this is genetically determined. And I said, well, that's great, but how do we know if that's the case for me? And Claude said, well, if if we had access to the sequence from your 19th chromosome, we could tell. And so I, had previously used one of those DNA sequencing services. So I copied and pasted that information into Claude. And Claude said, well, the good news is you don't have the genetic susceptibility. And thus, there are all of these dietary and lifestyle and other things that you could do to address this concern and get yourself on a better path, right? That's a thing that is currently available if you're a Silicon Valley billionaire and you have, a team of 20 doctors that work 24/7 on you. And there are people, within a couple miles of here that have that. But it's not a thing that's accessible even in the US, which is a fairly wealthy country, let alone in the global South. And that's like possible today, right? If we develop the right, applications and scale and get this out to people. On the downside, I'll wrap up here. And things that I'm worried about is, it's possible for people to do a lot of offloading of their cognitive tasks to these models. Sometimes that's good, but also there's a real risk that makes you dumb over time, to just put it bluntly. One of the things that we recently launched at Anthropic is what we call learning mode, where you can have the models, explain what they're doing to you, or actually like turn it around and be more Socratic and ask you to do the work or explain your thinking, and the model will sort of work with you kind of as a Socratic instructor or a tutor. And I think those kinds of tools help humans get better and smarter and do what's uniquely good about human intelligence, and potentially sort of reducing the risk of that downside where we all just kind of become drones in a way.
Brilliant, thank you. Well, Swami?
I would say I'm not too worried about the job replacement. So look, we have gone through so many revolutions, industry revolution, all these. I think we'll all find something better and more interesting to do. So I'm not too worried about that. And also, there is a lot of inefficiencies like we talked about. I would say maybe there are two things that I'm worried about. One is the democratization of AI. So that's like, when the internet came, we had this huge digital divide. It's like, how do we make sure that that's, I think from at least from Zoom, what we are doing is all subscribers get AI included in their subscription, so we don't pay. So I think we need to look at like how we make sure that it's available for everybody. The second part I would be worried about is all these, the scams and all that. When internet came, nobody thought about the Nigerian emails and all that. So those are going to get much more sophisticated with AI. So like, how do we make sure we can prevent all those scams and all that? As from a job standpoint, I'm not too worried, because I feel we'll find something better, more interesting to do. And there is a lot of inefficiencies that we need to clean up, and AI can help us do that.
Brilliant. Deb?
Yeah, I'll go a bit meta on your question by saying that, you look at India, that's 1.4 billion people, right? If you look at the impact of technology and the internet in India, I'd say it's been concentrated in the top 100 million people, plus maybe 200-300 million people in sort of middle-income India, right? But then you look at the next billion, right? They have been relatively untouched by technology, and what Vinod was saying and what you were saying earlier, and Michael, what you were saying as well, the democratization, and you were saying as well, really important. I think India can be the case study for the world. China is in some sense already ahead. The US is a developed country and already on a different sort of dimension there. But India, sort of the access to technology to enable access to healthcare, financial services, education, government services is unprecedented in the world. The size and scale of that human-centric impact can be massive. And I think it's a real opportunity for India.
Well, thank you all, and I want to close out by saying that in human-centric AI, sharing a very personal anecdote. Last week I had a breakup. I broke up with my AI girlfriend, and it wasn't hard. It wasn't hard at all. So I would say to you, we are entering an awesome new place, and thank you all, panel, for joining us. Thank you, guys.
Folks, please keep seated. We are going to jump right into our next panel discussion. We'll play a short video introducing you to who those panelists are. And
investing in responsible AI opens with a stark reality. The future is written by the capital we deploy today. Behind every breakthrough model lies a capital decision. Behind every algorithm, a risk calculation. Behind every advancement, an investor's conviction. AI doesn't shape itself. It's shaped by the people who fund it. And in this decisive moment, capital is no longer neutral. It carries consequence, direction, and responsibility. Today, we confront the one question only investors can answer. What kind of intelligence are we choosing to finance?
So our next panel discussion is on investing in responsible AI. I will please like to call upon the stage our moderator and also partner for this event, Mr. M.R. Rangaswamy from Indiaspora. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. Please, if you could get back to your seats. We're going to have this panel on investing in responsible AI. And we've got, guys, come on. So we got 5 eminent investors with us. And I want to introduce them one by one on stage. We've got Neeraj Arora, Neeraj with General Catalyst. Come on up. We've got, next, Sumir Chadha with WestBridge. Come on up, Sumir. Then Arun Kumar with Celesta. We got Abhishek Shukla with Prosperity 7. And Surya Ganguly from Stanford. Please join us. A round of applause for the 5 panelists here. So we have 5 great investors here sitting with us. So I think you'll be very interested in how they're investing and getting open, responsible AI into India and into the globe. So first of all, I think what we're going to discuss here is not what is possible, but what is responsible. Okay, so we're going to look at that. And AI is moving at lightning speed, right? At Indiaspora, we've had 3 AI summits, and every time we have an AI summit, it's a clean sheet of paper. Everything has changed dramatically across the world. It's reshaping industries, economies, our daily lives, like Vinod Khosla was saying this morning. Things are going to be in abundance, things are going to be free, but things have to be responsible. So this session, we're going to not talk about returns, but also about impact, judging responsible AI, making it scalable, inclusive, especially in developing nations and fast-growing markets like India and the global south. So this is of keen importance to this panel. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have each one of them kind of start with opening remarks. They need no introduction. They're all leaders in their industry, in their venture capital firms. But I want them to kind of remark a little bit on what they're doing today and what their firms are doing today. So we'll start with Abhishek at that far end.
Okay. Hey, thank you, MR, and thanks for having me here. My name is Abhishek Shukla. I am the Managing Director for Prosperity 7. I won't go through the introduction, but yeah, responsible AI is a very timely topic. And as we think about this as venture capitalists, we look at investing in lasting companies, which will give us lasting returns. And to me, these 2 things are very interconnected. It's, the higher the technical mode, the better the technology, the consequences of creating financial returns are also connected with that opportunity. And I think it's, both sides of the same coin, and that's how we look at it.
Neeraj?
So at General Catalyst, I think we have two theses when we look at responsible AI. One is global resilience, and the other one is applied AI. So when we invest in AI tools and infra and models and companies, we don't only look at the technology that is powering those tools. We look at how does those technologies and products apply and modernize critical industries like defense, healthcare, manufacturing, and enterprises. Right? So when you look at from that lens, it is imperative you not only look at what do they do in those industries, but how does those industries get impacted over a long term, right? So as Abhishek said, it goes hand in hand. It is important that these industries are getting modernized, not only in the US, but in Europe and India as well, right? So each geography will have its own needs, its own requirements, how these industries are changing, and how does AI apply very responsibly in these sectors, in these geographies. So I think for us, it's very important that we don't only look at investing the next cool, hyped up, best technology that AI is going to build, but also how does that product and technology apply in these sectors, critical sectors, and how does it modernize those sectors?
Sumir?
Yeah, firstly, thank you to the Consul General for his leadership in organizing this wonderful event. And MR, thank you for bringing this amazing panel together. I want to first just give a little backdrop on how we're looking at AI. We are super positive on the AI wave. We think it's going to be transformational over the next decade for all of us here in this room and beyond. And so we have been very aggressively making a lot of AI investments. We've invested a few $100 million just in the last few months in 5 or 6 really exciting companies like Udly, like Unify Apps, like NextHop, many others, and up and down the AI infrastructure layer. And I want to echo what Neeraj said in that we really look at how AI impacts different industries very carefully and thoughtfully, because there are a lot of unknowns today. We're really in kind of a brave new world, and even the quote-unquote experts are not really sure of how things will evolve. So we really think a lot first principles, look at industries and how they might get impacted, think hard about them. And I'll add one last thing before I hand off here, MR, which is, from a responsible AI perspective, I think all of us as Americans, one of our responsibilities is to make sure that America wins the AI race, because if another country like China wins the AI race, we're all in trouble, in my opinion. So I think the most important thing to do is to make sure that we're ahead, and here all of us in Silicon Valley can play a big role investing in these companies, helping them grow scale, as well as in India. But I think that, to me, is going to be really important for the future, and all of us can play a part in that. Thank you.
Thanks, Sumir. Arun, over to you.
Some great points have been made by the previous panelists, and I agree with all the points made. I will just pick a few areas and illustrate some of them with what we do at Celesta Capital. So we see, as was mentioned, a huge wave of opportunity in AI, and many of us have already been playing in that space. So in our case, we are focused on the deep tech aspects of it, starting from, if you might, the metal, which might be semiconductors, going up through infrastructure and applications. And there we see 3 broad areas: semiconductors and advanced manufacturing, AI infrastructure, and then the convergence of biotech and computer science, which we call bioconvergence. Again, an area of great importance and increasing importance with the advance of AI. We follow the same thesis in India, which is where I'm really focused. And our goal there is to develop some world-class, highly competitive companies out of India and leverage the US-India corridors. As Sumir mentioned, it's really important for the US to lead in AI. And I actually believe the US can lead in AI with a lot of synergy with India. So the US-India connection in AI can be extremely powerful. And you'll see that the amount of talent that India can bring to bear working with the US can be great. I think the trust initiative was mentioned by one of the speakers earlier. All of this also nicely dovetails into the US-India relationship and where that is going. I want to also mention one more initiative, which I and some other folks in the room are involved in. It's called the India Deep Tech Investment Initiative. So this is an initiative where a bunch of venture capital firms have come together to commit significant investments in deep tech. And all deep tech today includes AI pretty much in India over the next few years. And this complements the Government of India's Research, Development and Innovation Fund, which was also mentioned today. So the idea here is that we put a big push behind AI with capital. A number of companies like NVIDIA and Qualcomm have joined this deep tech investment initiative. And we plan to work with the AI mission so that when this conference is held in February, we would love to be active participants in that.
Great, thanks. Over to you, Surya.
Thanks. So yeah, I'm a professor at Stanford, but also a venture partner at General Catalyst. I'll stick to the more academic side and just to kind of remind you that there's incredible need for public investment in long horizon fundamental research to advance AI. And a lot of that fundamental research is upstream of startup success. So for example, the first diffusion model was actually invented in my lab, and we were thinking about how to reverse the second law of thermodynamics and build structure from noise, a very esoteric physics problem. We were able to do it by replacing the laws of physics with a neural network, and we could create images from noise. And that got picked up by industry eventually and scaled up, and now it powers things like Sora and generative AI, which is delivering a lot of economic returns in society at the moment. Now, we're going to need several more of those types of breakthroughs going forward. Otherwise, we're going to be leaving performance gains on the table for AI. Just two numbers out there, like AI is much more data hungry and much more energy hungry than biological intelligence, right? AIs need 10 trillion words to train on. We only need 100 million. That's 5 orders of magnitude more. AI needs megawatts to train. Our brain only needs 20 watts. Again, more than 5 orders of magnitude more. So we're working on better data efficiency, better energy efficiency, and so forth. Also, the coupling of AI with fundamental science is incredibly exciting. AI will have a huge impact on biotechnology, on disease discovery, disease solutions, and so forth. But also, I work in neuroscience, and so we can now, for example, build digital twins of the brain and do rapid in silico experiments on these digital twins in a way that we can't do in actual animals, and then test the hypotheses generated by these experiments on actual animals. And therefore, we can accelerate the pace of neuroscience discovery to the point where we can take only months to discover what took decades before, right? And so I'm incredibly bullish on cracking the hardest diseases out there, which are neurodegenerative diseases, by turning AI back on the brain as a lens to understand how it works. And we're actually building like a focused research organization to do that, where we're building an entire digital twin of the primate visual system based on philanthropy and investment from the private sector. And we're going to be building new types of AI inspired by the efficiency of the primate brain. And that could lead to spin-offs later on. So this kind of pathway from academia to focused research to startup, we can't break that pathway. If we do, we'll break it at our peril. We won't see the next few exponentials coming up based on fundamental science.
Thanks, Surya. I have some specific questions for each one of the panelists. I will start with Sumir. You've done lots of these investments, you said, on AI and such. So how do you see the Indian market? What is the adoption of AI? What kind of investments are you making specific to India? And what do you think of the landscape there?
Yeah, definitely, Amar. On the India side, we have 55 investments. We've invested $7 billion, and it's our biggest investment area. And I'd say that's overall at a firm level. In terms of AI, we made several investments, including all the ones I mentioned have a strong India presence. But India tends to be more the center for R&D, and they're serving more the US market because it's bigger. So we're seeing really mostly companies like that, MR, that we invest in, sort of US-India companies, I would say. India itself isn't as sophisticated in AI yet. It will come, and I think it's evolving fast. What we are seeing is all our Indian companies are using AI very aggressively. So they're rapid adopters, but I would say more as users. And so for them, cost matters a lot. And so, for example, we're seeing situations where a company that might have had 100 employees now maybe only has 60, and can get the same work done, whether it's improvement in coding productivity or marketing productivity by sort of leveraging AI tools. So we're seeing a lot of that. The other thing that I think is interesting is AI now, India now has the second largest number of AI users in the world after the US, and it will overtake the US in the next 2-3 years. So I think in terms of, now admittedly, very few of those users are actually paying for it. So it's free users to confess, but I think the sort of AI fluency is going to be higher in India than anywhere in the world in terms of the largest user base in the world next 2-3 years. And you've heard folks like Sam Altman talk about that when he visited India, other folks. So I think that's sort of a very interesting trend that I think what will result in is a lot of Indian consumers will be more AI facile than consumers anywhere else in the world. So one thing we could see over time is even the way we interact with, say, booking travel, or the way we interact with doing all the things we do online today could be much more AI first in India before it is in other countries. Just because the user base is adopting AI much faster than anywhere else. So I would say that's one interesting trend we're sort of watching, MR.
Great, thank you. Neeraj, you were a core part of the WhatsApp team, and WhatsApp has scaled, especially in India, more than any other country, right? So what's the tension between moving fast and scaling to now you have to be more responsible, more equitable, more inclusive? What is your opinion on that segment?
I think even though WhatsApp grew really fast and India became the biggest market very quickly, the ethos was always about making sure anything we do in WhatsApp is actually for the benefit of the user, right? If you really look at the product over the last 15 years it has existed, it hasn't really changed that much, right? Even when we were there from 2009 when it got started to 2018 when the founders and I left, the product didn't really change. It just got better every day. And I think that's how we think about responsibility as well here, right? So you invest in really good technologies and products and help them diffuse and help change and modernize the industries we are in. But it has to be done in a thoughtful way and in a way that it actually benefits the end user, right? It is less about how fast. Everybody wants to grow fast and become really big. That obviously that's how capitalism works. That's how all of us investors think about most of our companies. But end of the day, it has to serve somebody, either an industry or a user or an enterprise, right? So if you want to grow, I think the core of that growth should be whether it is in the service of your end user. So that's how we think about it.
Got it. Arun, coming to you, you've been in the US administration before, you have been the CEO of KPMG India in the past, and now you're a venture capitalist. So what are the gaps you see between US and India in terms of policy, in terms of investments? Can you opine on that?
Yeah, so let me just go back to my time in the US Department of Commerce. And I won't make my comments very India-specific, but I do see opportunities in the US-India area. So back in 2014, when I was in the US Department of Commerce, we had a number of issues about data privacy globally. The European Union had gone in a certain direction. The US was falling behind. There were huge gaps. The question on whether banks can operate globally because they have access to all kinds of data and they should know where the data is, et cetera, et cetera. So in that, what we found was, and I think this is where I would take some lessons. One is that governments often don't have enough capability. They don't often have the technical capacity to understand all the issues. I think in the current situation, the Indian government, especially with DPI, et cetera, has a lot more experience digitally than many other governments. But at that point, I can tell you that between the US and Europe, we had big gaps. Second, it was important to develop some rules and standards that both sides could agree to. And each country wants to have their own rules and standards. And in the US, for example, there isn't even one standard-setting body. There are a plethora of bodies that set standards. So how do you harmonize all these standards across countries? These were the three big issues: capabilities, rules and standards, and harmonization. Now, I think in the US-India case, there's an opportunity to harmonize in the era of AI and build that trust, the trusted corridor that is often spoken about. And I think that's an area that I think if both governments make as a priority, the synergies between the development systems in both countries will be significantly enhanced.
Right. Abhishek, your sole LP, if I'm not incorrect, is a company, a single company, Aramco, out of Saudi Arabia, right? So as you're investing the money here and elsewhere, how do you view AI for profit versus AI for good?
Yeah, it's very similar. Again, the way we look at this is there are some ethos where you start with. There are fundamental things broader which are good for humanity, which is where you start with. We don't invest in things which, there's a reason we don't go after media and entertainment, and you can debate whether it is good or bad for humanity. But there are, we focus mostly on the infrastructure side. And, as I mentioned in my previous remarks, it's both sides are of the same coin, which is, and let me give an example. Company like Grok with a Q, which is an AI inference chip company, which we are an investor in. The whole idea is they do super fast inference. If you do super fast inference, obviously you burn less energy. If you burn less energy, it is broadly for the greater good. So if you have fundamental breakthroughs in the technology, which Surya was talking about, like Transformers War and what some of the other architectures are coming around with, you create an amazing opportunity, an amazing economic opportunity, but then you also create an opportunity to do things which were never possible before. Within the AI construct, I think, as was rightly said by the team, it is a quest around energy, and it's a quest around data, which is why you see it develop very differently from how internet developed. Almost every nation on the planet, including the kingdom, including India, including US, want to be ahead. There is a sovereign AI strategy. When was the last time we thought about a sovereign strategy around a technology? Because fundamentally, if you think about this, the last time none of us were here was when you could create energy, when you could transform energy into physical work, was James Watts. And now you have an opportunity to convert energy into pure intelligence. Why won't you want more of it? And that's the construct which we believe in.
Fantastic. And Surya, you've been at Stanford, I think, for at least a decade or more. So what is academia doing in terms of responsible AI? Are there processes, frameworks, methodologies that research people like you are thinking of to help industry and startups?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the basic things is explainability, right? AI is a very funny technology in the sense that it's amazing, but it makes errors, some percentage of the time, where that percentage could be 5% or more. Imagine an airplane that 5% or even 1% of the time could crash. You'd never get into that airplane, right? And for many cases, you actually need that level of reliability. So thinking about why AI makes errors, working on explainable AI, opening the black box, sharing our scientific understanding with the world in a way that everybody can build upon our scientific understanding, not hiding it behind closed doors and big frontier lab companies. So for example, I taught a class on explainable AI this quarter, and there was an incredible interest from students and even professors to come to the course to develop a fundamental scientific understanding of what these things are doing, using that scientific understanding to rationally debug these systems and improve them. That kind of work is best done out in the open in academia. We are also actually, at the Human-Centered AI Institute, we also have a portfolio of research across everything from new AI inspired by biological intelligence to augmenting humans with AI, and also to understand and guide the impact of AI in society through policy. And so we've been working with the government, we've been bringing in congressional staff to educate them about AI, convening a whole bunch of players across the field. And so we're kind of, the university is kind of a full stack, very interdisciplinary, wide community of people that can look at AI from technology to societal impact. And I think that's its value. I think I love being at Stanford as opposed to going to industry because I can talk to people from across the entire university, from scientists to social scientists to economists and so forth. And just having that broad portfolio of people thinking about this problem, I think is very important and exciting.
Thank you. Sumir, you know the Indian market probably better than any of us. In terms of now the GCCs, the Global Capability Centers, every day there's a new one opening, right? Every Fortune 500 company has a center and so on and so forth. So how do you view the Indian market in terms of the, are Indian founders and others as knowledgeable about responsibility as the US is? Where do you think the maturity is in that space?
Yeah, certainly, MR. I think, firstly, on the GCC trend you mentioned, it is absolutely stunning what's going on in India. It's stunning even us. I mean, today, if you look at many large, iconic American companies, what's stunning is their single largest employee base is India. I believe that's true for Morgan Stanley. I believe that's true for American Express. I believe that's true for many companies. And the reason is simple. It's just that India has a really deep, deep pool of very talented people. We're obviously the world's largest country by population, exceeded China, and the world's youngest country with 50% of the population below the age of 18. So given those stats, it's just an incredibly, incredibly deep pool, deeper than anywhere else in the world of talent. And that talent is available at very reasonable prices. So for the GCCs, I mean, the sort of American companies have been very smart to enter India aggressively. The GCCs are hiring like crazy. When I talk to my friends who are headhunters in India, that's a number one client. All the GCCs hiring senior people in India and scaling up. And what's interesting is they've evolved, MR. So they started out doing, low-level testing and software, maintenance software, and then now it's software coding, and now actually across all functions in the enterprise. And so they're increasingly becoming more intelligent and playing more of they're still a subservient role to the US or to the multinational, but I'd say increasingly more of a partner role and more a strategic role. And I think that's the evolution of the GCCs in India. And vis-a-vis AI in particular and responsible AI, I don't see them playing a very big role in that so far. That may change, but I think today they're mostly providing huge leverage to these organizations. I do think there's some risk to the GCCs due to AI for different reasons, that a lot of low-end jobs will get replaced due to AI. And so the GCCs and Indian IT services faces a huge risk from AI from that perspective, But today they're not really big players in defining, I would say, responsible AI, frankly.
Thank you. Neeraj, your take on startups in India, are you seeing them, you've invested quite a bit after WhatsApp. Are you seeing metrics and other things going around responsibility and equity and inclusiveness in the startup community there?
So yeah, I think I've been investing in India for the last, say, 10 years or so. I had my own fund, and then we merged that with General Catalyst last year. So we have a team in India that now runs General Catalyst with me. And we've invested in around 100 companies, small and big, over the last 10 years. We continue to invest a lot from General Catalyst. We have one fund that invests across US, Europe, and India. Very bullish on the Indian ecosystem. I'm sure all of you are aware of all the IPOs that are happening in India. And so I think it has really shown that there is maturity coming into the ecosystem, right? You can not only find really early, smart, young founders and back them at the earliest stages, but you can really create enduring companies in India now, right? So that's a huge positive, right? When 10 years back, when I started investing in India, the question was always about like, okay, you can find amazing people and they have great ideas, but can they build large, globally competitive companies? And I think that promise has been fulfilled, I would say, and will continue to scale from here on, right? So for us, I think India is not another market that we invested. It is one of the main markets that we invest in at General Catalyst, right? The learnings have been that India has to be looked at with a different lens. You cannot invest in India and look at India with the same lens you look at the US, right? The conditions are different, the problems are different. Even if one of our portfolio companies from the US has to go up, sell in India, they have to think differently about how do they apply their products in India, right? So having teams in different parts of the world, in the US, in Europe, and India, gives us that capability to really help not only get our American companies to go into India and scale them, but also learn a lot from how they have built their products. And all of these firms here that we back in the US have senior folks who are Indians, right? And they often help us invest in the next generation of founders out of India, right? So we have seen that there's a huge synergies between, especially in India, US. A lot of our companies that we've invested in India have actually moved to the US, and they're scaling in the US because their market is in the US, right? So we see companies from the US going to India and partnering with our companies there. We see companies in India getting started that we have funded that have moved to the US, right? So overall, I think we are extremely happy with how things have been. On the AI sides, particularly, I think things has, as Sumir said, has been a little slower for us so far. But I think that's where I think all of us getting together and talking about it and working closely with the government and policymakers to really figure out what should be India's role in this new world, right? As Sumir said, that we have the amazing deep pool of talent in India. There's no shortage of amazing people. They're really smart, young, hungry. But can we really empower them to go after problems that not only like create products and solutions for India, but can really become globally competitive, big, large, enduring companies over the years, right? That's our goal, to really help find that talent and empower and back them and help them scale and create huge companies.
Thanks. Arun, your firm, Celesta, is doing deep tech investments in India. So it goes beyond AI, right? You're doing semiconductors. So how do you view that whole ecosystem in terms of responsibility, ethics, geopolitical risks? Can you kind of talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, if I might just say very briefly, anything that you do in advanced manufacturing or semiconductors in India actually addresses geopolitical risk indirectly, because today India has a huge dependence on imports, and a lot of that comes from China. So that automatically, and we look for opportunities that are not just import substitution, but that can be globally competitive. I want to pick up on a point that was just made, which is that, in India, data is going to be a major asset. And to some extent, it's much harder to get data in the US than in India for all kinds of valid reasons. But what we find is that companies that are looking to build value on data are able to get a head start in India. So for example, if you want to get access to a bunch of cancer patients in Tata Memorial Hospital, you quickly get them and you can try out your diagnostics on them. Whereas here, the hurdles are very high. So in a sense, the unformed regulations in some areas in India offer a great opportunity for US-India companies to take advantage of.
Right. Abhishek, you do more investing. AI is one segment, right? You also do infrastructure, robotics. How do you see AI playing a role in the overall space? Because we've not talked about robotics, because it's going to be a key part of AI.
Yeah, so I think there's a boom. There's a reason why the highest market cap company happens to be a silicon company now. There's a boom. Everybody keeps reading about this. The race is on in terms of building out the infrastructure, and we invest quite substantially in every aspect of it. In fact, along a bunch of companies with Celesta across silicon and other layers. And that is happening across the world. Nobody wants to stay behind. Including the kingdom, including in India, we have an opportunity where people are looking to not just advance, but to leapfrog what was done in the last 20 years in terms of building a hyperscaler from start, using AI, but across the entire stack. And what that means is people are looking at investing in every aspect of that infrastructure and taking risk. That taking risk at that scale, we had not seen that before. And therein lies the opportunity for us as venture capitalists. So whether it is robotics, whether it is boring things like interconnect. You saw the acquisition by Marvell. We have a bunch of interconnect companies. They are doing some really cool stuff, but now they are scaling at levels which we never imagined. There are companies in our portfolio, such as Together, along with General Catalyst, which are scaling like all my ideas when I was learning venture capital from different people on how companies scale, what is an enterprise sales model, those are all out of the window. We are in a completely new world. And that's how we think about, when we invest as well. We come in with a long-term patient capital. I don't have to go out, raise funds every 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. If we do our job right, my next 10 funds are almost guaranteed with an unlimited amount of capital. What does that help me? It helps me sit down in front of the entrepreneur and have a conversation. I'm going to be your long-term partner and really mean it. If you're going after a really deep tech problem, if you're going after a really hairy problem, there are very few people who will stand behind you at the finish line. We'll be one of those.
Fantastic. Surya, coming to you on the academic side, so what are some of the new research ideas that are percolating at Stanford and other academic institutions?
Yeah, there's so many of them. I mean, one of them, one thing that we did recently is like, again, going back to these diffusion models, they can imagine new things. They're infinitely creative, it seems like. How are they doing that, right? We came up with very simple explanations that could explain where the creativity of these diffusion models could come from. Digital twins of the brain, I mentioned, accelerating neuroscience discovery from decades to months. I mean, that's incredibly exciting. Mathematical reasoning, right? These things are winning the gold medal in the Olympiad and so forth. How are they doing that? How can we improve that? One thing we found recently is that these language models are created in 2 different stages, right? You pre-train them to predict the next word on the internet at large scale, then you fine-tune them, and then you do reinforcement learning and so forth. They have these multiple scales, and the frontier model companies organize their teams around the pre-training team, the post-training team, and so forth. But you can ask, can you do better by co-designing these processes? And we showed that you can actually, which suggests that maybe the way that the frontier models companies are organized is suboptimal. Unless the post-training team and the pre-training team are jointly choosing their design choices, they're not going to do as well as they could. They're leaving performance gains on the table. Going back to actually responsible innovation, one thing that I forgot to mention is that when we award money within Stanford through internal seed grants that we raise through philanthropy, we actually have an ethics review section of every single seed grant. So if you're going to work on technology advances, you better think about the ethics of what's going to come out, like what will be the impact on humans, on society, and so forth. And we actually have a separate ethics review board that reviews that, and it's the joint technical assessment and ethical assessment that's combined to decide whether or not we fund that. And actually, interestingly, at General Catalyst, we actually do something similar. For every investment memo that we have a responsible innovation section. That discusses, is this innovation responsible? What could be its upstream and downstream costs for society and so forth? So that's very much part of the investing strategy there. I think incorporating the joint understanding of technology and impact on society will be absolutely essential for AI, both in India and the US and everywhere.
Great. I'm now going to go to the Vinod question. Vinod was our opening keynote, made some provocative remarks. A couple of things that stood out between now and 2030, I think he said education will be virtually free. I think he also said healthcare questions will be, doctors will be basically free. So any thoughts on some of your predictions or ideas, pros or cons to what Vinod is thinking? Who wants to start?
I think one thing which I'll say, and this was very interesting for us. We typically don't look at healthcare, but we have made some investments there. What Vinod said was absolutely on point. Let's start with healthcare. Democratizing healthcare access, that is happening, and there is a lot of build out. You'll have radiologists on your ChatGPT, so on and so forth. But where it really hits, for us, for example, was going after diseases which were non-economical, which people would fail to, or big companies would never even go after. Neurological disorders is one which was mentioned. In fact, our company, Greenstone, which is a Stanford company, going after some of these rare diseases is now possible. you can create those experiments, you can go after those things. So the opportunity which never existed, one is the scale, and that I completely agree with, and that is going to completely change the world, yes. But then there is this equalization piece, which we forget, and I think that is coming our way in terms of, even if the subset of an individual having that rare disease is one, guess what? It will be possible to go treat that person.
Fantastic.
I think
Neeraj?
I'll just stay on healthcare for a little bit, because at General Catalyst, we invest a lot in healthcare. And I think we believe that we will go from the era of shortages to the era of abundance with AI. And I can give you an example. We have a company called Hippocratic AI, which was started with safety-first healthcare LLMs. That was the goal. And the first application of that is that they built something called agentic nurse, right? Today, there's a huge shortage of nurses in the US because nurses are expensive. It's difficult to scale nurses, right? Usually costs $90 an hour. It's a very critical part of your healthcare operations, right? Can you create a system, an agentic nurse, that can really help a patient post-operation? And you can talk to, you can get advice, you can, there's no shortage of it because you have an infinite sort of supply of an agentic nurse, right? So just one example of how, if we do AI responsibly into these critical sectors, you can go from an era of shortages to an era of abundance. And I think healthcare is just one example of it. I think it will start modernizing and changing all of these critical sectors across healthcare, defense, manufacturing, energy, and how an enterprise works. Like if you today look at an enterprise, you have all these functions like marketing and HR and finance. We have companies that are building AI platforms for each one of these functions. And if you look at an enterprise of the future, you will have, obviously you will have humans working in an enterprise, but they will also have agents helping each one of those humans in making their work better, faster. So think about the productivity that will happen, right? Once you have AI diffused in all these areas, you will have abundance of resources to go solve problems that it took either longer to solve or were very difficult to solve. So, yeah.
Sumir?
Yeah, I would like to echo what Neeraj and Abhishek were saying on healthcare and then make a generalization as well. I think on the healthcare front, I'll just share a very anecdotal example. My parents have a wonderful doctor. She's pretty smart. She went to Harvard. She went to Stanford Medical School, so probably knows her stuff. She's really good. I recently got a diagnosis for my parents through her, and then I spent time on ChatGPT. And I have to tell you guys, the ChatGPT stuff just anecdotally was amazing. We covered so many more areas actually there, and this is probably one of the best doctors here in the Bay Area, right? And so I think you're seeing, I've anecdotally seen it. I was having we have a very nice investment company called Innovator, which has done a great job building AI for hospital systems. I was talking to a C-level exec at one of their dinners from a large hospital system. He was saying in the internal trials, the LLMs are doing a much better job than many of their doctors. They don't want to talk about it openly, but I think what Neeraj is talking about, or Abhishek's talking about, has happened already. And that's why many of us are consulting LLMs for medical advice, because it can be completely wrong. I also agree with Surya, once in a while it can be completely wrong. So obviously you have to speak to a real doctor, but it's stunningly good, and it's getting better. The second thing I'll say at a more general level is just echoing what Vinod said, is I think in the long term, there's no question, in my view, that we're going to see a massive revolution in work through AI. What's hard to predict is the exact timing of it. And I just look at it as an example of it. Look at self-driving, right? Self-driving was touted as something that was going to happen. 15 years ago, people said it's going to happen in 5 years. It turned out to be a much harder problem than anyone thought, and it cost a few more $1 billion to solve it. Now it's actually pretty solved. Now actually self-driving is there, right? Waymo's got 25% market share in San Francisco. It's probably self-driving is probably going to take over the US. 1 million Uber drivers will probably be unemployed in America over the next 5 to 10 years. That's almost a certainty, right? So I think many technologies evolve that way, and I expect AI to be the same, that there'll be some very optimistic predictions on timing, that may not be entirely correct, but in the long term, they'll be more than correct, you know, and self-driving is a good example of that playing out.
I think everyone here, including the CG, would say self-driving in India would be fantastic for all of us.
Anyone can do that is a miracle. We'd love to invest.
Arun, I know you've done a lot of work in India, so what do you think of Vinod's comments today?
I like Vinod's comments. I like the optimism. I like the potential that he laid out. But I think there's some areas that we should think about when you think about AI that are societal and quite important. For example, will it exacerbate the digital divide, or will it, go the other way? There's no reason to think that it will not, unless education, etc., make up for it. Other is, will it lead to, people giving up their individual thinking abilities and depending on others' opinions or AI-imposed opinions? Can there be more manipulation of societies, etc.? I think there are many, many serious questions that we have to address when you have technologies that can be centrally dispersed rapidly. What does that do to democracy? So I think there's lots to be thought about.
Surya?
Yeah, I agree with everything that was said. By the way, I read Hippocratic's patents as part of due diligence, and it's an incredibly beautiful agentic AI system that's getting very safe and so forth. I think AI is incredibly good at, for example, medical diagnoses and so forth. It's great at any system where there's a huge breadth of knowledge that it has to search over and surface relatively shallow facts. But one thing that we did, I'm a physicist, so I got together with 9 other condensed matter physics labs, and we really decided to test the knowledge of 17 different AI systems by adversarially testing them, by trying to come up with problems that these AI systems could not solve. If we gave it any esoteric problem that was solved even in a single paper in the 1970s, we know a lot of esoteric problems, it could solve them, no problem. But if we added just simple twists that are non-standard, that wouldn't show up in any textbook or anything like that, and we could all come up with such twists relatively easily, couldn't solve any of them, 0%, right? There were certain classes of problems where like 17 LLMs, every single one got 0% correct. So these systems are still not, they don't actually have fundamental understanding in the same way that expert humans do. So you can look up the paper, it's called a Condensed Matter Physics Benchmark by expert researchers. And I suspect that this is true across multiple domains if you adversarially test them. Of course, a generic person asking about basic level knowledge, you'll get a great answer, and you can monetize that, it'll be fantastic. But there's a lot more to do there. And I think we're actually on the wrong path to having AI have fundamental, deep understanding. So when people were talking about scientific expertise being free, I actually wasn't that worried based on what I've seen about adversarially testing these AI systems. The final thing will be human taste. Like, what is the right question to ask? What is the right problem to solve? I think that ultimately must be left up to humanity, not to AI, because we're solving problems for ourselves. And AI doesn't really know what society needs at the moment. It may get better at that, but that's very important for us to think about.
Fantastic. Closing question for all of you. This is the curtain raiser to the AI summit in February in India, right? And you can tell from the session so far, there are 2 undisputed leaders in AI, China and the US. Right now, it looks like the US is definitely leading, but China could be leading or close behind. So what is India's role in AI? That's one. And second, what should the AI summit take up on as a topic for discussion and resolution in February, right? So what is India's role, and what is one key topic to be discussed in February? Who wants to start? Neeraj?
Yeah. So I think India can totally take leadership in areas where they've been really traditionally been strong. And I'll give you an example, right? Indian companies have done really well in services. IT services, right? They've built $100 billion companies over the last 3-4 decades, right? Given the propensity of the density of talent that we have in India and how well we understand the sector, there's an opportunity to create an AI-first, AI-native IT services company. I think things like these, where India has traditionally been very good at and has an unfair advantage, I think we should figure out ways to create companies in those areas where the West is not really focused or China is not really focused on. So that's just one example. I think two, as I said earlier, it is all about global resilience, and we have to figure out how to create resilience in India across all the sectors, right? What that means is the whole stack from infrastructure to models to applications. We have to really think about in the next few years, if there's all these American companies and Chinese companies, if they want to prevent their technologies to go to other parts of the world, what will that do to India, right? So it's always good to start investing across the whole stack and start figuring out. For example, we have a company in India called Sarvam, which is investing in models for India, very specific Indic languages and small models and things that work on the phones, right? So how do we encourage and back and empower more of these things to happen so that India over the long term is resilient to any kind of geopolitical changes in AI?
I'll just add, probably take a different angle on this. I think a lot of us who grew up in India, one of the main strengths for Indians have always been the multicultural aspect, multilingual aspect, and that is kind of almost missing from the Western side as the AI started evolving. And as you go back to the drawing board, or as you think about scaling this up, I think India's unique angle there is using this multicultural aspect, understanding of that, most importantly, removing biases across, and then also adding and preserving culture. Because I think 100 years from now, people are not going to excavate textbooks out and figure out what the culture was. If you go on the current path of GPT-4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the individual identities of the cultures are going to eventually start to fade away. And that's where there's a unique opportunity for India to say, this is how we preserve that, this is how we secure that, and this is how we remove biases. If India takes that opportunity, it not only addresses a huge market within India, but guess what? That is the problem statement which most of us are going to come to in another 10 years.
Sumir, quickly, and Arun and Surya before we finish up.
Yeah, I would say two things I feel we can do, MR. I think one is from the Indian government's perspective, I think there should be a huge push. There's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get some of our smartest minds from the US, professors, PhDs, others, back to India, invest heavily in R&D. And I think we haven't really seen the government do that yet. I'm hoping they will do that because obviously with the Trump funding cuts of universities, many universities have done layoffs. And it's tough if you're a PhD to see your way to becoming a professor ever here. So why not do a huge reverse brain drain, get a lot of our top talent in AI back? I think it's possible. Make an effort. I think the second thing I would say is I like what the government is doing in deep tech. They started a fund to encourage, support a lot of funds and kind of encourage that. And I would add much more of an AI flavor to that. Those are two things I think the government can do to help India win in AI long term and be in a stronger position.
Great. Arun?
Yeah, I totally agree with the first point that Sumir made, also the second. But the first one is a very important one. I think China is doing this in a big way. It's a great opportunity to get the top talent back to India and make them flourish. Second point I'd make is really what Vinod talked about AI as a part of the data India stack. I think that's an opportunity for India to have a leadership role in the global south with technology by propagating a more full-fledged India stack. Right.
Surya?
Yeah, three short things. So I was actually at the White House at the National Security Council, and that was my audience. So actually to play to that audience to go against some of the anti-immigrant sentimentality and anti-funding sentimentality in the US, I told the National Security Council we beat our adversaries by draining their brains, right? And that's how America has succeeded. There's absolutely no reason that India can't do the same. India should capitalize on the reductions in science funding in the US to try to attract the Indian diaspora back, and even attract American professors to spend time there. I would love to spend time there. I was born there. It's wonderful. Second, I was incredibly excited by the AI mission that Abhishek was talking about with Indian data sets. There's a treasure trove of uniquely Indian data that will not be gathered by the West. Making that available would be very impactful, like making the great Indian literature easily digestible by AI would be incredibly impactful. And yeah,
That's great. Thank you. Before I finish, I just want to thank Consul General Shrikar Reddy and his team for partnering with Indiaspora and for choosing so many Indiaspora members as speakers, including Arun, Sumir, previous panel had Pradeep. We have Varun Sivaram, Shankar Trivedi, Srinivas, Vishal Sikka, and many others in our community. We're happy to participate and get this mission going to February. And Abhishek and Namgya, thank you so much for being here as well. And thanks to all the 5 eminent panelists.
Thank you. Investing.
Wow. All right, folks, I know you guys are ready for a break. We're going to have a lunch break very soon. We have one more panel session. After that, we'll have lunch catered outside. So please hold on to your seats. This one's going to be really, really special as well. This one's going to be about sustainable intelligence. You don't want to miss it. So please hang on, and we will break right after this next panel session.
The next frontier of AI won't be bigger models. It will be greener systems. Systems that consume less, waste less, emit less, and tread lightly. Sustainability is no longer a moral preference. It's a necessity for technology to endure.
For the next panel, Mr. Vinod K. Agrawal, who is a distinguished professor and very close to my heart, so my alma mater from Haas School of Business, UC Berkeley, to please come on stage, and we can get started.
So we're given the time constraints, not too long. And also, I know you want to talk about your company, but maybe a little less on the company and more about, general questions. Just so, policy. Keep it, not just pitching. Absolutely. You've already got enough money, you don't need to pitch anymore. Looking forward to it.
Folks, if I may please request everybody, especially in the front of the hall, to find your seats.
We should have a good conversation.
We have our panelists and our moderator on the stage, and we are looking to get started.
Hello, Jovita. I'm Shankar. Very nice to meet you. Thank you for taking the time.
Whoa, thank you for having me.
I think everyone's getting hungry.
Yeah.
Yes, I see
We need to be like short and
I wish I could read name tags so I could take out some names.
So how
but
should I say your last name?
Not that skilled. Folks, please be seated. We're just about to start.
Jovita, I can say.
Are you going to kick us off?
Yeah. Well, I don't. All right. I think I think we'll start now. Please have a seat, everyone.
It's actually
cooperation. Oh, okay.
All right, so let's get started. I'm Vinny Agarwal. I teach at UC Berkeley, and I think this is a very important panel on sustainable intelligence. So our discussion today focuses on a central tension.
Can we get silence in the room? There's people. Hey, MR.
Yes, could we quiet in the room, please? I'll have to use my
People can meet outside and
academic voice and yell at people, but I won't do that yet. So the central tension we see is AI we've talked about the extraordinary potential to advance innovation, climate mitigation, economic competitiveness, and at the same time, there's a very important issue with environmental impact, and that is the demand for electricity is increasing. We have advanced chips, we have a demand for rare materials, and we need water for cooling. And yet, AI also might help with those very problems in terms of grid optimization, materials discovery, climate forecasting, and the like. But I would like to think that the challenge, as we've heard, is not simply technical. It spans industrial policy, geopolitics, transnational regulation, and global equity, all issues dear to my heart since I teach political science at Berkeley in the business school and the political science department. So we heard from Vinod Khosla, and I would say it was a very interesting presentation, and I would call him a very impressive techno-optimist. In that world, we have improving solutions to health problems, welfare problems, educational problems, energy usage. We have the creation of wealth. We have new jobs being created, and we have global equity. I am the other Vinod Agarwal, not Vinod Khosla. And in my pessimistic view, one can have a different world. In this world, AI uses up a lot of water, uses up a lot of electricity. We have job losses, which were kind of papered over. Yeah, there might be job losses, but people will find other things to do, as long as it's not me who's part of the job losses. I have tenure, so I'm okay. And AI warfare with autonomous agents. So I am a little bit less optimistic than some of the other participants. Having said that, I'm open to changing my mind. And I know there's some people here who will try to change my mind, and I've already been convinced slightly that some of the problems that I've identified can be solved. But I would like to start with the ambassador first and ask this question, that the EU is very advanced and known for its skills in regulatory standard setting, Digital Act and the like, and this has been called the Brussels effect by Professor Anu Bradford of Columbia University. So the first question is, are you concerned that strict sustainability requirements and AI regulation might actually lead to a shift of innovation away from Europe to other regions of the world? Or do you see the EU's efforts at regulation leading to some kind of competitive advantage for Europe?
Well, thank you very much. Thanks first of all, for having me here, Vinod, and thanks for the Consul General of India. You know, it's always a bad habit to answer the question no, like no, I'm not concerned. But let's start from the positive note. First of all, you know, European countries and the European Union member countries were not blessed to have natural resources, especially natural energy resources in our soil. That means that actually sustainability is not only the question of the future generations and making sure that we have somewhere to live in 30 or 50 years, at least not us, maybe our children or grandchildren, but as well the question of affordability of, in general, having a possibility to have any kind of energy. So energy resources is the question of economic security and security as such. The second point I would say is that if you actually are building something new, and I think everybody in this room, with the job losses, without job losses, with the challenges we can identify with the AI, probably we can agree that actually we are facing AI revolution, or if not, don't like the word revolution, we're facing something extraordinary and something new. So when you build something new, you probably are keen to build on the highest possible standards. So that means that if you build something like AI, you have to follow your own sustainability standards. You don't build something which would be not energy efficient as much as it's possible. And it's a bit of, people would say that it's a bit of chicken and egg question. First, do you invest in energy efficiency and then build AI, or AI helps you to ensure energy efficiency? So in general, it doesn't really work one without another. So I think this is where but if we do something new and something such extraordinary as AI, we have to do it within our sustainability standards. And yes, you mentioned we have wonderful regulations. We are very proud. If you say that there's a Brussels effect, yes, it's nice to have a Brussels effect. But first of all, we are not doing to have a Brussels effect. We are doing and regulating for ourselves, and we are doing that because it's a demand of our citizens. But to say that, and to answer maybe your question about innovation, nothing of none of the innovation, no accessibility to energy resources, even there are certain sustainability technologies, nothing of that would happen if we do that alone. And that's why I think that the cooperation, and especially transatlantic cooperation, but as well cooperation with the countries like the AI advanced like India is extremely important. So I would say those 3 points which actually pushes us towards sustainability, energy efficiency, accessibility, and then to use AI to make sure that we have the right information, right intelligence, and manage our networks in a way that it actually works.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask one more geopolitical question, and then we'll come to the energy issues. So the geopolitical question I'd like to ask is that we heard competition with China. We heard one speaker say we are helping to build American capacity in AI. So there is a certain nationalism to AI, and the EU is obviously concerned about that as well. And we've seen all of these efforts to intervene through industrial policy. So we have the CHIPS Act, we have the Inflation Reduction Act, we have the EU CHIPS Act. So my question is, if all countries are intervening with industrial policy to promote their own AI industries, and given the weakness of the WTO for reasons I think that are pretty obvious to everyone, how will we manage this potential conflict over the competitive subsidization of AI, and will that lead to further conflict among the EU, China, US, India, and other key players?
Race to the bottom is not really the choice. I think it's pretty clear if you look at what kind of technologies we are adopting in developing our AI, what kind of technologies we are adopting when we are building the beta data centers, gigafactories, or whatever. It's pretty clear that it's never ever only European technologies or the technologies which were produced in the EU. So that actually answers the question that without the cooperation, without internet, be it a transatlantic cooperation, be it cooperation with other countries which are advancing, it's not possible and not sustainable in other way. That we have. But one thing which actually I think we have to work all together, of course, there will be always a competition, and competition drives innovation, and it's healthy to have a competition. So competition is not our major concern. I think what should be our major concern, who actually globally are setting the standards, and how much of security we can guarantee, how much we can invest in privacy, how much we may actually ensure that non-market economies or some countries who are behind those words of non-market economies can actually influence our standards, can actually weaponize their technologies and their resources. So we are prevented from investment to building up AI or any other groundbreaking technology. So I think that, and standard setting is always will be the key priority for us. And standard setting not only within our EU 27 member states, but actually having really a proper, very grounded cooperation with US first of all, but with the others, like you can say, like-minded countries, if you wish.
Thank you very much. So let's turn now to some technical issues and some optimistic solutions. So we know that data centers today are using up about 2 to 3% of global electricity, depends how you measure these things. And some people say we're nearing structural limits, grid constraints, cooling capacity, siting challenges. And so now the question becomes are you guys able to do anything about all of these problems? Or is there going to be a moratorium on data centers, as some people have talked about, grid stress, water shortages, and is this going to be, I'm not going to say a disaster, but real significant problems? So let's start with Justin. I know all of your companies think about these issues a lot. So Justin, can you give us a quick response to that?
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to start my answer by saying yes. We can do all of the above, just like different cycles of technology innovation that we have seen in the last few decades. There are always challenges and engineering problems to solve, and this AI cycle definitely presents some opportunities and some challenges at the technical level. So for folks who might not be closely familiar with Equinix, we are a physical infrastructure provider. 27 years of existence. We have today about 275 data centers globally, 2 in India, where we support 300 customers. And you can think of us as a viable alternative to public clouds. So for companies who want to deploy their physical infrastructure at the place outside the cloud, they come to our data centers, and we have a pretty rich ecosystem of digital players that are operating in our data centers. We support 10,000 customers today globally. And what we see in the AI boom today is really an unprecedented demand for infrastructure and for power. We used to build data centers based on the availability of land, then maybe connectivity, fiber, etc. But the new demand for infrastructure has completely changed the game. As you mentioned, Vinod, the demand for power and energy for infrastructure and data centers, it's set to double within the next 4 to 5 years. Today, the global electricity demand for data centers represents about 1.5% of the global electricity demand, and that's set to, anticipated to become 3%, which, while still negligible, it's a big problem to solve. And the company like Equinix, we really try to achieve the right balance between speed, flexibility, and all sustainability first. One last thought on that is that we were actually the first data center operator that back in 2015 committed to providing and having 100% renewable energy across our complete fleet of data centers by 2030. And we have taken great strides to achieving that goal today, 96% renewable coverage across our data centers. And because of our global presence, we always try to ensure that we have a green mix of energy sources across our fleet that can be anything from grid to fuel cells to newer technologies such as MSR, modular reactions. We just signed 3 deals. And to answer your question about moratoriums, yes, there are setbacks at local levels in certain regions, but at the global level, I think these do not represent a significant threat and challenge today. Noticing that, also noting that AI, just like traditional compute, is becoming distributed. I actually coined the term distributed AI about 5, 6 years ago. Both for training and inference, there is a lot more options today because of the distributed nature of AI.
Thank you very much. Varun?
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you for having me, Dr. Reddy. Delighted to be here. I am worried, Vinod, but I want to talk about how we go from the Vinod A path to the Vinod K path. Here's why. You mentioned, Justin, that data centers today account for 1% going to 3% of global electricity demand, but we're at the very beginning of an exponential. What scares me is over the next decade, when we get to double digits of electricity demand globally, and in the United States, we'll meet that before the end of this decade, going from 4% today to 12% before 2030. If it's only powered by natural gas here in the United States or coal around the world like in India, the environmental impact of AI becomes substantial. You also mentioned today these moratoria are local issues, and I think you're absolutely right. But the price of eggs is what drove the American election outcome in 2024, and I fear the price of power is what's going to drive the American midterm election outcome in 2026. Today, what scares me is that data centers are on what I call the villain path. You laid this out, Vinod. Data centers come to town, they raise your power prices, they take your water, they destabilize your grid. You don't want them anywhere nearby. And I think it's time for us to transition data centers to what I call the hero path, because I think that's possible. I think data centers, AI infrastructure, AI factories can be the single most beneficial asset that a community can have, that an electricity grid can have. It can be your best neighbor. A year ago, I founded Emerald AI to actualize this thesis. A year ago, nobody knew about us, and somebody, this is Dr. Reddy, you may not have realized this, but the person who discovered us is sitting next to me, Shankar Trivedi at NVIDIA. And since then, we've worked so closely with Shankar, his organization, and NVIDIA to enable AI factories to become your best neighbor. They come to town, and because they're flexible in how they use energy, you can fit more data centers on your existing grid. You don't actually have to massively overbuild your grid to fit them. In addition, those data centers, because they can fit on existing grids, get built faster. So America becomes more competitive. It builds 100 gigawatts of data centers because there's 100 gigawatts just stranded on our grids. They lower your power bills because you didn't need to build out the power lines, and the data centers came to town and paid for their power. So your power bills went down, and your electricity grid avoided blackouts because the data centers, far from destabilizing grids, actually supported them. The last thing I'll say is next year we've announced that NVIDIA is putting out a 96 megawatt AI factory, and we're proud to support them to make it power flexible, the world's first power flexible AI factory. It's not just America that will have friendly hero data centers. It'll be India. We'll do a trial in the United Kingdom on December 15th with National Grid, their national grid operator. This can happen worldwide. So let's take data centers from the villain to the hero path. That's my hope.
Thank you very much. Shankar, another optimistic vision, I hope.
Well, thank you, Varun, for saying nice things. And we love partnering with amazing entrepreneurs like Varun, just like we love partnering with governments. And thank you very much, Consul General Reddy, for having us here. We are very strong partners with you and with the European Union governments. And we want to partner with governments worldwide because accelerated computing is sustainable computing. We can argue, I mean, obviously, you have to agree that computing is important to all of us. And, computing is necessary for everybody. And if you believe that, which we do, we are optimists, and I hope all of us agree on that point, then accelerated computing is the only form of sustainable computing. That's the bottom line. Accelerated computing is the only energy-efficient computing. And of course, NVIDIA's Grace, Blackwell processors and quantum switches and networking are the most energy-efficient data center processors and networking that's out there in the planet. And we fully intend to stay ahead of that curve. So that's point number one. Accelerated computing is sustainable computing. The other very interesting thing about accelerated computing is it creates the opportunity for a more sustainable world and a more sustainable society and a more sustainable economy. Because AI and accelerated AI science will contribute immensely to the future of the planet. The fact that we have made AI and science and simulation more affordable. Sometimes we say we have democratized it. It means that everybody can contribute to a sustainable planet. Everyone can contribute to sustainable development. So we're working very deeply right now on education and healthcare and farming and agriculture using AI in India to solve Indian problems and the judiciary and court clearing, et cetera, et cetera. But what I find looking forward super exciting is the work we are doing in accelerating scientific AI for science. So for example, one of the things we've contributed to is the new Earth 2 model, where we can simulate potentially the whole of Earth. We're already working with many, many nations, including India, on simulate, like we're talking 1,000 times more resolution in terms of weather and climate forecasting and prediction, 1,000 times more at 1/100th the cost of what it used to be before. 10 to the power of 3, 10 to the power of 5 times better climate simulations. Imagine that, right? Secondly, AI for materials. We need better sustainable materials. We've all seen the problems with PFAS. We have created a new open source language model to simulate chemistry, which will be used for drugs as well as materials and all sorts of simulations. We talked about it extensively at supercomputing, and the Japanese company ENEOS actually showed how they are using alchemy to create more sustainable data center materials for that supercomputing community. We've done the same thing with physics NEMO, which is simulation of fluids and airflow, so you'll have better cars, better planes, better trains, and so on. So I'm a huge believer in AI for sustainability.
Thank you very much. So let's, since you've started the theme of the benefits of AI, which I like, that's a very positive theme, let me ask Jovita about the question as how the EU has been a leader in green technologies, in wind, solar, and is very interested in making that transition away from oil, given obvious problems with the Russians and other issues that I won't go into in depth. But how is the EU thinking about AI for this green energy transition? Can you talk a little about the initiatives that the Commission has taken in this regard?
Well, thank you very much. That's a very good, timely question, because actually today all our institutions agreed actually to make all their imports of Russian gas illegal by January 2027. It's not only sanctions right now; it's legislated by law, and it's not. It is, of course, because of the Russia's aggression in Ukraine, but on top of that is the question of weaponization. As I mentioned in my introductory remarks, the question is when you are import dependent, especially on energy, you have to find out how you produce and how you produce your renewables, or how you do recycling or repurposing things, and B, how you invest in efficiency. So one of the things, and thanks for the colleague from NVIDIA actually saying, how AI can contribute to ensure the efficiency. What we are doing on the EU part and the European Commission, we hope that next year we can publish our Cloud and AI Development Act, and the idea is actually to speed up all the permitting procedures, to ensure access to energy grids, to make sure that we have there's enough land, and definitely to support all the projects which actually have sustainability and secure data there, and the data and that we encourage companies who are building AI actually to have the inbuilt algorithm which can give us the data, what is the energy effect or cost of energy in there, and what could be more efficient if it's possible to see. I think that's that any criteria which are related with sustainability are quite strict in Europe. Probably nobody will, those who are having a project in Europe can say otherwise. And I think that every component which is built in, be it GPUs or CPUs, should be as sustainable as and green as possible. I heard people are proud of the projects we're developing, be it the EU Destination Earth project, which actually is built together with several countries, not only EU, is a high-precision digital replica of Earth. And I think that the Jupiter supercomputer in Germany is probably the greenest supercomputer in the world at the moment. So it's not only about regulating and having a best of the kind of regulation, is how much of this regulation then turns into the real projects, and how much of the success we have. And I think that we have good examples of that.
Thank you very much. So maybe we have several questions, so only 10 minutes left. So name two things, Justin, that AI can help the environment. If we think about environmental issues, pollution, excessive energy usage, are there two things you can think of that AI will help?
Actually, AI today is being used to design and develop more performant, but also more computationally elegant chips today. So AI is actually feeding itself to become more performant, both in terms of the compute cycles and delivery, but also in the sustainability aspects of itself. And then AI today is enabling outcomes and predictions that were simply not possible or even thinkable a few years ago, in terms of being able to process large amount of data in record time to provide near real-time prediction for weather forecasts and other natural conditions that happen globally. These are my two things.
Those are good. Varun, a couple of things, just two. Number one, AI can help us to stabilize electricity power grids. You mentioned this earlier, Vinod, but AI isn't just a way to run the operating system of the grid, although that's important. I think the AI assets themselves can be the grid's most important assets. That's number one. Number two, I'm very hopeful that AI will help us to pull onto our power systems new clean sources of energy. We heard from Shankar about all the ways that AI is supercharging materials discovery, physics simulations, and Vinod Khosla this morning talked about new sources of energy like fusion. Look, it may be 2 decades before we get there, but if we do get there, it's probably because we have a supercharged discovery process thanks to AI. But I think even in the nearer term, you're seeing a huge push toward nuclear energy, which we wouldn't otherwise have in this country absent the pull from hyperscalers and other consumers of AI to bring on a large baseload and clean source of energy. So two good things for the energy system: running the grid more efficiently and bringing on new clean sources from nuclear to geothermal.
Thank you. So one important fact, the cost of inferencing in terms of from our NVIDIA Hopper architecture to our Blackwell architecture has gone down from 2 joules per token to 0.2 joules per token. In other words, a 10-fold improvement, right? Just imagine that in terms of, and to give you an idea, the previous Ampere generation was 100 joules per token, right? So that's the improvement in terms of energy efficiency. Now, what I'm excited about in terms of the AI is the other point that Vinod Khosla talked about is the healthcare opportunity. And since we're in the India AI Impact Summit, what we are envisaging is, think about the ASHA health workers in every village in India. They will have, in the near future, an ASHA AI, provided by hundreds of our startup inception partners. So the ASHAs will have a choice. And backing all of that, we have created really rock-solid BioNeMo using technology, AI technology that we have been working on for like almost 10 plus years. Abhishek Singh talked about the digital retinopathy and the cancer detections and the gene detections and so on. All of these we can package up together into something that an ordinary healthcare worker in an Indian village can use using AI. I think that's exciting.
Thank you. We have a two-finger question.
Yes,
answer.
I have it, because you asked me about policy, and I am AI consumer. You are AI professional, so you think about AI, in a very sophisticated way. I will tell you, AI in Barcelona actually decreased the energy in metro. Their energy usage because of AI decreased by 25%. You can just imagine how much we will pay less in New York if you're driving the car and you have the lights actually managed by AI. I would wish we actually be there. And or you like here EVs more in California. So imagine that our EV batteries can work as the stabilizer for the grid because of AI. And only AI can help that, because nobody else will count each car. So I think that we have to think from the consumer perspective as well. So.
Thank you. All right, one last round of questions before lunch. We don't want to hold up lunch. So this is a question maybe more political in nature, which is that the EU is still trying to help developing countries. It's gone out of fashion for the United States to help developing countries. We used to do that. But now the question is, what role can companies play, what role can countries play who are much more advanced in AI, US, China, EU to some extent? So what role can they play in making sure we have some global equity with respect to AI usage, AI opportunities, AI talent, because otherwise we're going to end up in another technology dominated by rich Western countries, which leads to greater inequalities. So we'll start with Jovita, and everybody can have a shot at that question.
Well, someone already mentioned that. Actually, I think we have a huge advancement already, that the data centers and all the gigafactories are not concentrated in one place anymore. And that's actually will give them much more opportunities everywhere. Another element, if you think about renewable solar and wind, it actually, and the technologies which AI can help with that, it definitely the location where it can happen is about the developing countries. Closer to Europe is all the Africa, and that I think that the more we advance there, the better. And of course, all the skills policy. The learning digital and learning AI would be probably the best possible investment. And for that, you have to have an educational program. Our Horizon program invest 90 billion per 7 years in the different research and education programs all around the world globally. But it's not like it sounds a big amount, but in general, it's not enough without the mobilizing the joint support from the business community as well.
Thank you. Justin, global equity.
From our perspective, I would say we are really trying to enable the global digital economy, and we try to make access to digital infrastructure available across the world. And our investment portfolio shows that with our 275 data centers. But also we try to make sure that we provide flexibility to customers that can come with very different sets of requirements. If they want a small piece of infrastructure, if they want larger scale infrastructure, we enable cloud providers, we enable smaller enterprises, and we are also enabling sovereign AI and sovereign infrastructure across the world to make sure that requirements around data privacy, data governance, and data sovereignty can be easily met from a technical perspective. So these are some of the considerations that we are putting into the picture.
Look, I think the biggest challenge to global equity here is the energy system. The world's two most important infrastructure systems in the 21st century will be the multi-trillion-dollar energy system or electricity grid, and the multi-trillion-dollar emerging AI and fiber optic network. If you can't get access to this one, you're not going to be able to build the economic development, the AI infrastructure where you want it. Already, I fear that the only country with the available energy supply and infrastructure to build AI infrastructure is China. The United States is actively building it out. A country like India, we want to see India, as Abhishek Singh, as Dr. Reddy have said, we want to see India have far more AI infrastructure. The only way they do it is by solving this energy bottleneck. And here's my fear. This isn't automatic. Take the city of Phoenix. We started out by talking about moratoria. The city of Phoenix has a wave of data centers joining and a wave of heat waves, no pun intended, as climate change increases. That grid is strained to the point where it can't connect new data centers, and the mayor has threatened a moratorium on new ones. Tomorrow, we will publish a paper in the scientific journal Nature, one of the world's top scientific journals, of a field trial we did with our colleagues at NVIDIA showcasing that in Phoenix, a data center can actually support the local grid by reducing its consumption at that worst heat wave moment, so you don't have the moratorium. Next, that should happen in India and across the developing world, because anywhere that you have this energy bottleneck, if AI can become an enabler and not a deterrent or a hindrance to energy abundance, that's where you can get global equity and democratization. If we want democratization of energy and compute, AI data centers need to become part of the solution, not the problem.
Thank you. Shankar.
So building on democratization, I mean, just like the internet and the mobile democratized communication and kind of equalized the world I think AI is also a great leveler. And AI will make everybody more productive and more intelligent and so on. And we wake up every morning at NVIDIA thinking how to make AI more affordable, more accessible, more available to everybody on the planet. It doesn't matter who you are, you should be able to use AI. We must not have a digital colonization of any form. And so we really want to work together with our NVIDIA cloud partners and like Equinix and so on to really help accelerate that democratization.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm not going to stand between lunch, so I think we should end the panel. I want to thank the Consul General, especially Dr. Reddy, for inviting me and inviting all the wonderful panelists. And let's give them all a hand.
Thank you.
Thanks for saying nice things.
This one. All right. Thank you. All right, folks, if you're back in the room, I trust you enjoyed a lovely lunch. Please make your way back to your seats, and we're going to be starting with our final panel session for the afternoon. And I'm in contention with the AV guys, so yes. So just please make your way in, and we are getting started. Our next panel session is AI for All, a very simple and easy on the tongue. And the moderator for that is Mr. Vishal Sikka. Please come on in, sir. And you have a wonderful panel that's going to be, sorry?
Are you going to introduce the panel or should I do that?
Why don't you do that, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Hello. So I'm looking forward to a great panel for all of you on AI for all. I have 5 wonderful panelists. The first one, let me invite Natasha. Natasha is the head of responsibility, chief responsibility officer at Microsoft. Great to see you, Natasha.
Likewise.
Paula Goldman heads all of equity, ethics, human use of technology, especially for AI. Hi, Paula. Julie is the head of technology initiatives for the French government. She is, in a way, like Abhishek for France. Nice to see you, Julie. Srinivas, the lone male on the panel, other than me, is the head of business-to-business applications at OpenAI. And last but not least, Meera is the CIO at Palo Alto Networks, covering all things security and so forth. Hi, Meera. So wonderful to have all of you here. We are quite late, so we'll try and make up some ground. AI for all is quite an overarching term. But as I was thinking about this panel, earlier today, Vinod talked about the way he sees the future. There are some significant gaps in AI today and in the AI that is emerging in front of us. You can think about the energy gap. Surya talked about that. AI today consumes ridiculous amounts of energy, whereas you guys just had a lunch. Probably it was 1,000 or 1,500 calories. 2,000 calories is more or less, I mean, those chicken tikkas and all that are pretty serious. So 2,000 calories in a day, which is more or less what we need to get by, is like a 100-watt light bulb, like one of these light bulbs. And out of that, our brain, our nervous system takes up about 20 watts, 15 to 20 watts. So that is several orders of magnitude more efficient than the AI that we have today. Estimates are somewhere between 8 to 12, 13 orders of magnitude. So there's that many zeros that still need to be removed, so there is a huge gap there. It is very, very expensive to build these trillion-dollar data centers. The application gap is quite enormous. When you look at NVIDIA, for example, Shankar was here. NVIDIA is around 57, 58 billion in quarterly revenue. So if you extrapolate that, $250 billion a year is NVIDIA's revenue. And then on top of it, companies like the cloud companies like Microsoft and Google and Oracle, et cetera, they build another 2x more on top of the GPU for network, memory, storage, power, things like that. So that's about 750 billion a year in spend that goes into just enabling the AI infrastructure today. And if you just do the math on that, to break even on that would be 150 billion a year if you do amortization over 5 years. I know it is after lunch, you guys are probably tired, but just hang with me on this. So in other words, I mean, even OpenAI, Srinivas is here, despite the incredible, as a business growth that OpenAI has had, it's 15 billion a year. So there is a huge gap. And you can think of this as an application gap. It's an imagination gap. And last but not least is the skills gap. I was talking to Sebastian Thrun, an old friend of mine, earlier. If you think about 8 billion people on the planet, 1.4, 1.5 in India, and 800 million users of AI, primarily ChatGPT and Google and so on. Out of those 800 million, about 1.5 to 2 million people could build you an AI application. These are not people who can build you ChatGPT. These are people who can build you, predictive maintenance application or fraud or something like this. And out of that, the number who can operate a productive AI system is in the neighborhood of 250,000 in the entire planet. And of those, the number who could actually build you a frontier model I used to have the estimate of 50,000, and Sebastian said, what are you talking about? This number is less than 10,000. Which is why you hear the behavior from, Mark Zuckerberg and the insane offers and things like this. So there are less than 10,000 people, probably less than 5,000 people who can build a frontier model today. So it's clearly a skills gap. So these are the things that I want to discuss today with our distinguished panel. I'll just start in this way, and I have 3 questions that I'll go over with all of you. Natasha, Microsoft obviously is incredibly committed to skill development. How do you see that? How do you see making AI more widely, more pervasively available?
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with everyone. I think for us, it starts from the recognition that we think of AI as the next great general purpose technology, so like the printing press, the internet, electricity, etc. And what history tells us about general purpose technologies is that the countries that do best with general purpose technologies are not necessarily the countries that invent the general purpose technology. They're the countries that adopt the general purpose technology. And so diffusion is really, really important, and skilling is just the core enabler of that large-scale diffusion and adoption. And so thinking about, India's position specifically, I think you can look at Aadhaar and the UPI initiatives as excellent Indian examples of population scale diffusion, right? And so we need to apply the same playbook here for AI diffusion. Now, as Microsoft, whenever we make a data center investment, as we were very pleased to do a $3 billion investment earlier this year in India, we never just go with a data center investment alone. It's always accompanied by skilling. So we committed that we would skill 10 million Indian people by the end of 2030, and we've just tore through that target. We're already at 5.6 million. I think when we think about the types of skilling, we do need to think in exactly the multiple dimensions that you mentioned earlier. Some of it is sort of foundational AI literacy, which needs to reach the whole population, right? This is things like knowing how to use a co-pilot and knowing to check for mistakes, knowing how to identify that an AI-generated image has content credentials associated with it that tells you that it's AI-generated. So there are some of those foundational literacy skills that need to reach across the whole population. And then there are probably applied AI skills, taking my business process and knowing how to reimagine the business process with AI. That's a slightly different set of skills that we need to think about and teach for. And then we've got that sort of advanced building new frontier model type of skill, which is like more of a niche skill. But in our view, skilling efforts need to reach all 3 of these categories. And we've been very happy to partner with the India AI mission, for example, to build AI productivity centers that are attached to existing national skills training centers in India.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Paula, from your point of view, Salesforce is very committed to, Trailhead and things like that. Learning has been a very big thing for you. How do you see pervasive AI skilling from your point of view?
Yeah, well, first of all, I want to underline just how essential the topic is for adoption, as Natasha was talking about. And you mentioned Trailhead. So Trailhead is Salesforce's free online platform for learning technology. And I think in India, I was just checking the numbers, I believe we have around 4 million members, and we have free courses around AI and AI agents and so on. And a lot of what is learning AI is about the practical application, like the practical using it in day-to-day work, knowing how it can go wrong and how it can go right, and how to set it up. So when you go on Trailhead, it's not just like, let me take a quiz and have book knowledge. It's let me actually set up an AI agent in a sort of testing scratch ground and play with it and see how it works. And it's surprising, you can do something like that in half an hour and have it set up and then kind of start building from there more and more sophisticated ways to work with it. I think that's really, really important. I also think it's very important as we think about it to think about not just the sort of very hard technical skills, but the ways in which AI is bleeding across all of our jobs and all of our roles, regardless of what kind of occupation you may be in. And in that sense, there's this notion that I like to talk about of AI confidence, right? It's about, there's a lot of mysticism about AI, right? But at the end of the day, interacting with AI as part of work is actually not that complicated. It takes a few basic instincts about what to trust it for and what not to trust it for, and then maybe some tools around how to harness and kind of craft the prompt or craft the context. But once you have that, actually you're off to the races. And so I think combining all of these things together is what's very, very important.
That's awesome. Julie, you are in charge of AI and technology for the French government. How are you seeing this? I mean, in your case, you also have the focus on startups, in addition to skill development around AI.
Yeah, maybe you are not all familiar with the French Tech Mission, so maybe a few words to introduce what we are doing. So French Tech Mission is a public organization to support the growth of French startups and tech champions. So the way we work is that we create our own programs to support startups. And we also work with a community of entrepreneurs everywhere in the world. So we have thousands of entrepreneurs, such as here in San Francisco and in New Delhi as well. About AI, we work on different kind of programs. Some of them are to promote the adoption of AI, and others are to train people and have more people who are able to create new solutions and startups around AI. So to give you maybe an example of kind of program we developed, we have a program called I Choose French Tech. This one specific work on the adoption of AI. So thanks to the startups and their solution, we help other companies, SMBs, corporates, to adopt AI more quickly. You maybe heard already about Mistral, which is our solution for AI, the main one, but we have a solution like Edge Company for agentic AI, and many others startups. So we work on adoption thanks to this program, I Choose French Tech. And we also have another program which is called Oselia, that means you should try AI. And this one is more to help everyone to understand what is AI, how it works, and we work very closely to our entrepreneurs and French tech communities to help everyone everywhere in France to understand what AI is and how they can use it for your job, but also in your private life.
Awesome, awesome. Srinivas, you have been at the center of this whole AI revolution. You have been at OpenAI for a while. You ran engineering. Now you are looking at the B2B applications. How do you see the skill issue, and what are some of the things that you are pursuing in this regard?
Yeah, we have over 800 million people who are using ChatGPT on a weekly basis. India is our second largest user base for ChatGPT and one of the fastest growings. And education, as we all know, is incredibly important in India, right? It's what people use to upskill themselves, find new opportunities. And we have done a few different things I wanted to kind of mention. One, how do you make the technology more accessible to everybody? That's incredibly important, right? And one, if you just look at the trends, intelligence today is about 100 times cheaper than it was 2 years ago for the same level of intelligence. So that just comes from continuous innovation, not just from OpenAI, honestly, but from the entire ecosystem. Everybody is innovating, and that's an awesome thing to see. We make it more affordable for people. We have a ChatGPT Go plan. It's obviously our best models are also available free. And I think we are using this as a great opportunity to just get more people to use it as much as possible. We have a lot of local language customization, native data sets that we are developing to help people learn in their local languages. And two other things that we did I want to mention. One,
we introduced a study mode in ChatGPT because learning is not just about getting answers, it's about actually helping people through the learning process. And so study mode was heavily inspired by how people in India were trying to use ChatGPT to learn. And this is one that encourages you and prompts you to learn as opposed to just giving you answers. And we also started a learning initiative in India. We're working with institutions like IITs to understand the impact of AI in education, because there is a different side to it too, right? Which is that people can get lazy. How do you prevent that from happening? So you have to study that part too. And so we're doing research with some of the local institutions. So I'm super excited about. And largely, broadly on skill development, I think we are going to go through a very significant change in what the jobs of the future are going to look like and how do we get people ready for that. One of the things that we announced recently is also like a jobs marketplace, a skills marketplace where people can get trained in AI, and there is a marketplace for you to find jobs which apply your skills. So I think we kind of have to address this from all these different perspectives.
Yeah, that is amazing. That's amazing. Meera, you look at things obviously from a security and safety lens. How do you see AI skill development from the point of view of Palo Alto Networks?
Yeah, I think, when I think about AI, the closest big disruption in the industry that happened in the past was, to me, industrialization. Even though we call in technology, we had cloud, we had server, those are changes, but it's not a huge step change. Also, when I think about AI for all, I look at AI at three lenses, right? There are AI producers, operators, and then users. We talked a lot about users through the message of like, I think, yes, it is important, but I think when you think about industrialization, I'm a glass half full person. Industrialization did have a dip. I mean, none of us want to talk about it, but the truth is, you're going to have a dip, but when you come out of it, it actually created so much more innovation, so much more possibilities, so much more human advancement. I see AI in the same way, especially for the producers and operators who are playing the role in technology today. They are going to see a difference. It's not like a simple change. Hey, today you're a non-AI person, tomorrow you're, the analogy we use in Palo Alto is you have a software engineer who's a charioteer, and now you're saying in AI world, they have to be a race car driver. It's not impossible for a charioteer to be a race car driver, but it's not a simple switch. Just because I'm doing a chariot, I can just jump on the race car and drive the race car. That's not going to happen. You really need to understand the mechanism and the logistics of how to drive a car, very different than how you're operating a chariot, right? So when you kind of think about it, there is going to be a grassroots. I'm not answering your safety question. I'll come to it in a minute. But to me, this is very important, especially in India. If you kind of think about what made India so much advanced is software, engineering, technology. That's one of the things AI is going to disrupt the most. If you look at it, software engineers' jobs are getting disrupted like left and right every day. And the way when we look at like how we are producing technology is getting reimagined very quickly. It's getting democratized very quickly. Some of the wealth India built, now it's kind of in danger, which means it's actually forcing you to rethink about how is that economic power is going to be continued. The good news is India is also having very good education base and very good foundation. To me, that starts with really when industrialization happened, it is a grassroots, the government coming in and looking at the education system in a different way, private sectors leaning in and looking at the way they are influencing the market in a different way. And then there is a general population user education, which to me is important, but that's probably the less friction. The other two are a higher friction. But when you talk about AI, the other thing is everybody, it's a double-edged sword. I use the analogy, it's a surgeon's knife. It can be used to save a person, or it can be used to kill a person. And we are seeing the stats, I'll provide two stats. In the past, when there is a critical vulnerability, log4j, heartbleed, these are some of the terms you have heard, like, massive disruption in the technology industry. It used to take about 4 weeks for a bad actor, or you call it adversaries, to launch a mass attack. Today, it's less than 48 hours. If Salesforce, Microsoft, Palo Alto, if any of us say, hey, I have a critical vulnerability, CVE, less than 48 hours, they can launch a mass attack. That's a huge, from weeks to now we are talking in hours. It used to take about 48 hours to build a ransomware. Today, it's less than 24 minutes, and we did it. And in fact, Palo Alto, we have something called Unit 42, which we actually go with our customers, penetrate their network, do the testing, check their security posture. And I have a lot of analysts in that team. Many of them are not engineers. They don't know a single line of code. They used Gemini, OpenAI as the sources for building a ransomware in less than 24 hours. We were able to penetrate through our customers' network. So it's changing drastically. But at the same time, remember, AI is also a surgeon's knife. So we use actually as security vendors, not just Palo Alto, I can tell, most of the security vendors are using to combat AI with AI. That's another way I look at it. It's a way we can use it as well.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Meera. So, Natasha, Meera mentioned the users and the operators. I think if you think about the users, of course, Microsoft has possibly some of the largest user base in the world, especially of serious applications. How are you thinking about, as you infuse AI into these products that all of us use on a daily basis, the role of AI there, the safety, how to sort of make people aware of the benefits of it, obviously, but also the issues around it. How are you thinking about that?
Yes, so this is a huge part of the work that I lead at Microsoft, working very deeply with our engineering teams on a day-to-day basis to make sure that our systems are actually trustworthy by design, so from the very beginning. And that's a very expansive process that involves, first of all, making sure that our engineering teams are thinking broadly about who their users are. When I started this work, quite some number of years ago now, sometimes when we talk to the engineering teams about who their stakeholders were for a particular system, their answer to me would be, the customer that is buying this from Microsoft, this system. And we had to sort of teach our engineering teams to think much more broadly, not just about our immediate customers, but the customers of our customers and the impact of our systems on people of the world broadly. So over the years, we've built a very deeply applied practice of building safeguards into our systems from the very beginning. But that doesn't just end when we ship systems from Microsoft. Our philosophy about AI is that we're building AI systems to empower people, not to replace or substitute people. And so that last mile effort of making sure that we've got a really strong combination between all the best things about being human and people and AI systems working together. This is like a very important area of investment and focus for us. In part, it is about making sure that the local language needs are addressed. We've done a study on AI diffusion around the world, and what we find is that for languages that are not well represented in common training data sets for AI models, which AI people often call low-resource language countries, we find a situation where the adoption of AI is 20% less in countries that have, low-resource languages. In India, if we take India's, 22 official languages, which is nothing to say of all the beautiful dialects across the country, this language work is incredibly important to adopting is sort of unlocking adoption potential. And what I find very exciting about India's vision here is not just figuring out the playbook for that local language adaptation for India, but for really doing it for the global south. So that's one big important part of it. A second part of it is just making sure that we are, yes, very excited about the benefits of the technology, but making sure people understand the limitations of the technology is important too. And sometimes, we do that through the interface of the system itself. Sometimes we do it through documentation. But this is, I think, is really where the skilling efforts meet the sort of system building efforts. Because, at some point, this is not really just an abstract exercise. You have to really engage with the systems to get a good sense of what they're awesome at and also what they're not good for. So that's the kind of thing that we think about with Microsoft.
That is amazing. Paula, one of the things that I always think about from Salesforce's point of view is not only the people that you support, the sales, people in sales, support, marketing, but also the fact that their jobs are going through a very big transformation and that there is a big change happening to, especially to things like customer support or even inside sales and so on. So as you design AI into the products, do you worry about, how do you think about this issue that the very people that you have served could potentially be disrupted or at a minimum changes fundamentally the nature of their job?
Yeah, it's a critical question. And actually, believe it or not, I don't know if I told you this, I'm writing a book on this question right now. Because I think one of the most important questions is what do we delegate to AI and what do we not? What do we save for people? And how do people and AI work together productively and make sure that people are in charge of AI, that they're responsible for AI outcomes? So some of that is about the design of the technology itself. So I'll give you an example. You mentioned customer support, right? So we have a very big product footprint in customer support. One of my favorite customers, 1-800-ACCOUNTANT. So they're a financial services company that gives sort of tax and other advice, mostly to small businesses, okay? So every year at tax time, they get inundated with requests. Has my tax return filed? What's the status of my tax return? Well, those are routine requests. AI agents are pretty well positioned to handle that so long as you have the right security and credentialing and all that kind of stuff. I have a complicated tax advice question. Well, that starts to get kind of tricky. You want to make sure that for both regulatory reasons and for customer quality and assurance reasons gets handled by a licensed professional, right, by a human. So we have a lot of ways in which our customers can be assured that non-routine circumstances get escalated to a person. And yes, you start to see jobs starting to get recalibrated so that human judgment, human connection, right? When you're doing a complex B2B deal as a salesperson, you need to understand the context in which that person's operating and so on. It's not just the transcript of the call, right? So it's really recalibrating roles around those things that are ultimately not effectively automatable and bringing the best of both together so that humans are then way more empowered in their jobs.
Yeah, absolutely. Julie, how do you think about the jobs issue? I mean, the startups is obviously you're creating a new, but then the impact on the existing population, whether it is in the current industries or people who are already in some sense systemically unemployed, how are you thinking about the role of AI in those parts of society?
It's an interesting question. Startups are early adopters, of course. And what we see is that in France, for us, it's very important to train a lot of people in AI. That's one of our main challenge, actually. So before the AI summit, we used to train 30,000 people per year in AI. Now it's 100,000. So our ambitions are huge with AI. We have some of the best schools already, Centrale Supélec and others. You already have French talent here, Yann Lequin, Fijissimo, and we think that AI is the most important around AI will be talent, the one who will create the new solution, and of course the one who will adopt them and change the model and change our companies. So we work on that. It's one of our objectives. Yeah.
Very nice. Srinivas, Natasha mentioned the low-resource languages. If you think about the widespread use of ChatGPT and your other products in India, as well as products that are built on your platform by other developer communities, how do you think about that? How do you think about making the systems more accessible, more available in these languages? I mean, in India, we have dozens of main languages and thousands of dialects, as well as the safety aspects of it and how people should use this.
Yeah, I mean, multilingual performance has been a constant focus for us. Every new model that we do generally improves the performance on a lot of these languages. We had very significant gains in many of our recent model releases. And so that comes to a lot of just dedicated focus on quality and focus on the data sets. One more important thing that we did recently, it's slightly different from the previous things that we have done. One is just like getting better data, more data in these languages that improves performance. But what also we're starting to see now is that it's not just you want better, more data, you want highly specialized data that reflects the cultural nuances of the country. You know, now AI is not just used for, oh, I'm just going to translate from text to speech or whatever, or speech to text, right? Like people are asking very deep questions. Yeah. And that is a very different pattern of usage. And in order to satisfy that, you need the experts to tell you how to answer these questions, right? So just give you an example, there are people in India who are asking ChatGPT about Vastu Shastra. Okay, like that is a highly specialized thing that people in India care about. Now, how does ChatGPT give you the right answer, right? And they're asking this in Kannada, for example, right? And so we, as a demonstration, what we did is we launched this thing called InQA. We worked with about 250 experts in India across 12 different languages and curated extremely detailed, culturally nuanced and important topics that local people care about. And of course, our hope is that this is not the one thing that we do. This is an example of something that can be replicated more, both for India and for other countries, right? And so I think you're going to have to do this more and more where you're tapping into experts. And going to our safety question, safety, we look at it at every level of the thing. You know, it's a very foundational thing that we bake into our model building process, right? From the pre-training, how do we curate data sets? How do you define policies? How do you post-train the model to align with your human values, and how do you express these values? And then when you put models out in deployment, how do you red team them before that? And how do you evaluate them in production so that you know whether it's going well or if you have to intervene in some ways, and how do you improve that? And also, you know, we have an entire set of evaluations for frontier model safety. Can you evaluate models for, you know, chemical, biological risk, autonomy, models behaving out of control, et cetera. So we spend a lot of effort on it, and actually we do work with Microsoft quite a bit on this as well. So yeah, it's super important. We take it, yeah.
That is amazing. Really, that's awesome. Mira, originally I was going to ask two more questions, so I'll ask you the last question and then we'll turn back this way. How are you thinking about this issue about the widespread use of AI among people, but also any particular thoughts about India, both as the summit comes up in February, but just in terms of AI adoption and diffusion, like Natasha said, in India. And also, one other thing, one thing that you are really hopeful about with regard to AI. I mean, we hear all this negative stuff, but is there one thing that inspires you or that you find hopeful about? So India and this inspiration.
Absolutely. So when we think about it from the way we look at it, I mean, it is actually across the board, right? I mean, in AI, you want to know who's using AI and how they are using AI. So we call it the AI access security. I mean, for me, safety and security are too important. The trust is built based on both of them. Safety is, like most of the frontier models, whether it's OpenAI, Gemini, or many of them, they have a very good guardrails. In addition, there's also guardrails that is given the controls in the hands of the users if they want to enforce additional things. But security is something that is a lot more inherent. The producers do, but there is also adversaries coming. So the way we look at security is just another layer for the trust is, how do I ensure that people know what AI is used in their organizations, whether it is in the public sector or it's in the private sector, enterprises, small business. You want to know who's using AI and it is used in a safe way. That's an access visibility, access control. The second is now, whether it's on OpenAI platform or there's a ton of open source models as well, people are constantly building AI applications. I mean, individuals can today build apps using AI within a matter of days and in hours as well, depending on the complexity. And we want to make sure those AI applications are secure. So what is the security posture? Are they using models that are poisoned? How do you ensure the models are not poisoned, especially the open source models, right? How do you ensure you're not giving excessive access to AI? Because the good thing with AI is you can get things done faster. The bad thing with AI is you can get things done faster when it's a bad thing. right? So you want to make sure the right kind of access is given. You want to make sure, Srinivas mentioned about red teaming, but there's another level of red teaming when you're building your applications with multiple models. How do you ensure before you go into production, there is a notion of red teaming, and then there is a notion of continuous runtime security at the application layer level, not just at the model level, right? Because typically, if you take any AI application, they're not using a single model. They're using multiple models, LLMs to SLMs to their own created traditional MLDL, all put together is what a complex AI application is. So we look at it from that construct when we talk about AI as a security, both the visibility of the usage as well as the application security itself. So when you talk about, from India, the one thing that I do think is, for a longest time, people never kind of talked about cybersecurity for the common person. The moment we started putting Aadhaar card, I was with the DSEI last year, there was a lot of conversation about public education in India, which was, I was actually pleasantly, I shouldn't say surprised, encouraged is the right word, because there were simple comics that talks about the grandmas sharing their pin on their card with very nice, always from Amal advertisement to anything. India is very creative with how they come up with their advertisements. So there were comics that they were running that is to educate people of all age, all gender, all diversity. The same way, I think there is a need for definitely an education on AI use, because there's going to be a lot of fakes coming. There's going to be different ways that it's going to be. So there needs to be a need for education on AI the same way they have started the education on cyber. Yeah. What I'm really, excited about, as I said, it's going to have a dip. AI will have a dip in the economy, but I'm a glass half full person. Imagine personal medicine. We are able to, today it is only for the richest of the richest can get personal medicine. With the AI, you can bring it to all. Imagine AI in the world of education. You can have personalized tutor, which is actually only available to the privileged. Now you can get it to, I myself have used the study mode, which is amazing. When you're doing some things, it's amazing to have it quiz you and you learn from that.
Awesome.
Right? So I do think AI is going to have a positive impact in education, in healthcare, in industries which we have been actually only available to the privileged. Now it's going to democratize. That's what, and for a country like India, which is 1.3 billion people, and there's a lot of people who are considered as below the poverty line, this is actually game-changing.
Yeah, no, thanks, Meera. Srinivas, any thoughts about India? What your wish, both for the summit, but in general?
Yeah, I would double down on what you said. Providing expertise at scale is such an amazing opportunity for people. I go to India, I've been a few times, and it's actually incredibly inspiring to see the creativity that's happening in India, the excitement for AI in India. You see in a single room people who are building AI for education, for agriculture, for legal systems, for creativity, and who are building for a global audience, right? There are people who are building new modern coding tools for the entire world. So the level of creativity and the ambition in India is inspiring. And I think India can really be a beacon for the global South and the world broadly for how do you use this incredibly powerful technology to transform and to provide and to really inspire people to do amazing things.
Not only for India, but for the world.
But for the world, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Julie, you hosted the summit this year. Any thoughts about your wishes or advice, reflection, as we host the event in February? And beyond that, what would you like to see from the point of view of India?
Yeah, sure. So we were lucky enough to host the last AI summit in Paris with the Prime Minister Modi. It was very interesting for us because it was the opportunity to organize our AI ecosystem. Before that, we had tech ecosystem, but we are now more focused on AI. We launched, for example, 9 clusters to train everywhere in France. We have an ambitious project, like I said a bit earlier, with training. What was interesting, I think I get 3 learnings. International cooperation is key. Thanks to the summit, we get more partnership and big investment, especially in data center, for example, and infrastructures. So it was very important for us. Then second, I think what was important is that we now have a strategy around AI, and I think we share it with the value of India, and it's the topic of the next summit, but impact is very important. Why are we developing AI solution? What is the impact we are looking for? And now we have a lot of startups who develop amazing solution for health. For example, I'm thinking to Robote, who is creating micro-robots who are able to navigate in the human brain to diagnose, to treat diseases such as Parkinson, for example. So I think this is why we want more AI. Yeah. And the summit was key to develop our national strategy. And then the last learning was what we discussed before around the training. Yes. We know that talents are key, so we need to train more people. So yeah. So, and I would be actually in Delhi in February with some of our most promising startups. So I'm very happy. And what I want to do and what I think we will try to do before February is to start partnership with India and with our startups to come with some concrete projects around impact.
Awesome, awesome. Thanks, Julie. Paula, you mentioned earlier your own experience in Haryana. Perhaps you can share that with the audience here and also online. And maybe if you extrapolate that beyond that about AI and what role it can have in, just improving the lot in India. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that question. And maybe tying it back to Natasha's earlier framing about general purpose technologies, right? So dating myself a little bit, my first job after college, I lived in rural Haryana on a farm outside of a village where there was an affordable private school. And the students in the school were all children of farmers whose land was being subdivided and subdivided, so that it was no longer economically viable. And we had a computer lab in the school. And here's the thing about foundational technologies. In this case, or general purpose technologies, in this case it was the internet. When the technology comes out, you sort of have a sense of what it does. But you don't actually know all of the ways it's going to transform people's lives, right? And so I couldn't have imagined at that time that I was going to be using my phone to, translate road signs in foreign countries. And so there's all these different things I couldn't have imagined. I also could not have imagined that those students who, I would spend the weekends with them and they were milking cows and, helping farm and so on, would all then become tech executives. And they are. They all live in Gurgaon in these high-rise luxury apartments. And it's a totally different life from their parents, right? So here we are at the precipice of a totally new and arguably, probably, way more powerful, way more general technology. So what's possible if we shape it together so that everyone benefits?
What an awesome thought to close on. So Natasha, you get to close this. You mentioned general purpose technologies. You mentioned to me your work with India. Any thoughts, both from the point of view of the summit, but beyond, how you see, Microsoft is an incredibly powerful organization in the world today. How do you see that affecting India? Any personal wishes as well? Natasha is from New Zealand, by the way.
Yes, I am. For the India Summit, I think it's coming at an incredibly important time. It's an incredibly important time because we're seeing these rapid advances in the technology. I think we're seeing rapid adoption of the technology, so it's becoming much more real and concrete. And we're also at a moment where we've got to be very, very focused on making sure that this is not another general purpose technology that doesn't diffuse broadly around the world. So we can't let this be a moment where there is a broadening gap between the global north and the global south. So I think part of what's so important about India's leadership of the summit in February is that India is very much thinking not just about, growing its own ecosystem, applying the technology for its people, but really sharing those benefits broadly with the global south. And I think that's an incredibly important focus at this moment, and I hope will be carried forward. For my own part, I am from New Zealand, a very beautiful, special, but also tiny country at the bottom of the world. And so of the, very many wonderful applications of AI and the goods that I know they can deliver, one of the pieces of it for me is that I do believe and have seen real examples of AI helping to preserve the biodiversity of this wonderful world in which we live. And I think, it's great to see Planet being a key focus of the India AI Action Impact Summit as well. And so I think carrying forward that focus on those three things together, people, planet, and progress, this is a fantastic frame.
Amazing, amazing. I came into this panel thinking that there is such a tall order in front around making AI help everyone. And I think listening to this esteemed group of panelists, I feel a lot better. It's really incredible how all of you, in your ways, are thinking about these serious issues in such thoughtful ways. I feel very encouraged by that. Please give a big hand to Meera, Srinivas, Julie, Paula, and Natasha, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, I'm going to say one thing that I've said probably 20,000 times today. So, what I'm going to say. Please come back to your seats as we proceed with the day's happenings. The next one is actually, it's a video telecast. We don't have a speaker in here, but it's something that you don't want to be missing. You definitely want to be tuned into that. This one is a telecast.
Engineer, diplomat, and global tech policy pioneer, Amandeep Singh Gill, has consistently stood at the intersection of diplomacy and digital transformation. Beginning his diplomatic journey in 1992, his career spans strategic postings from Tehran and Colombo to Geneva, New York, and beyond. In the year 2022, he was appointed the UN Secretary-General's Envoy on Technology, and today serves as UN Under-Secretary-General and Special Envoy for Digital and Emerging Technologies, guiding the global agenda on digital cooperation, inclusive technologies, and responsible AI. Across his many global assignments, he has shaped key UN frameworks on technology, including co-leading the high-level panel on digital cooperation, where he helped lay the foundations for the Global Digital Compact. Today, he leads the UN's efforts to build a fairer, more secure, and more resilient digital ecosystem. As one of the most influential voices in AI, he advocates for a digital future that is fair, safe, and globally inclusive. With a technologist's insight and a diplomat's perspective, he champions technology as a global public good, building trust, bridging divides, and enabling digital transformation to serve all of humanity.
Consul General Dr. Reddy, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the Consulate General of India in San Francisco for the kind invitation. We are working closely with the Indian government to ensure a successful AI Impact Summit that builds on the achievements of Bletchley Park, Seoul, and Paris. The United Nations is committed to translating the title of this panel, AI for All, into reality. Promoting AI for humanity and creating global spaces for dialogue on how AI is governed has been at the core of the Secretary General's agenda. Already in 2020, in his roadmap for digital cooperation, he noted the lack of representation and inclusiveness in global discussions where developing countries are largely absent or not well represented in the most prominent forums on AI. In his roadmap, he also called for the establishment of a high-level body on global cooperation on artificial intelligence. 5 years later, we are on the eve of the first AI summit hosted by a developing country. Last year, the Global Digital Compact, adopted by consensus by world leaders, marked the first universal agreement on AI governance. In August this year, the United Nations General Assembly followed up on the commitment of the Compact and established, by consensus, the Independent International Scientific Panel on Artificial Intelligence and the Global Dialogue on Artificial Intelligence Governance. Ladies and gentlemen, as AI has accelerated, so has multilateralism. The lessons from previous technological waves and transboundary phenomena, from nuclear energy to pandemics to social media, all pointed us to the same conclusion. The benefits from AI are potentially too transformative and its risks too far-reaching to postpone international cooperation. As you know, the upcoming summit in Delhi will be an impact summit, guided by the theme of people, planet, and progress. This vision is aligned with the global AI ecosystem that the UN and its member states are developing. A system that rests on three fundamental pillars: science, policy, and capacity. The UN AI Independent International Scientific Panel will be at the forefront of the first pillar. 40 independent experts, selected from over 2,500 applicants, will provide impartial and evidence-based advice to help governments and stakeholders navigate rapid AI developments. The Secretary General will soon recommend its members, who will be then selected by the General Assembly to serve on the panel. The panel will act as an early warning and knowledge platform, ensuring policy making is grounded in science, not speculation. I encourage all of you to follow the panel and engage with its experts when it is established. The Bay Area's incredible pool of international talent, from researchers in Stanford and Berkeley to startups in big tech, can provide great insights for the panel's work. The second pillar for us at the UN is policy. The global dialogue on AI governance will provide a platform for governments and all stakeholders to align approaches, share best practices, and build trust and interoperability across borders. It will address the representation gap I mentioned earlier and build on the experiences of regional and international summits, such as the AI Summit on Africa and the upcoming Impact Summit in India. It will ensure that AI governance reflects global diversity, not just a handful of voices. The first global dialogue will take place in Geneva within the UN next July. The permanent representatives of El Salvador and Estonia to the United Nations in New York have been appointed as co-chairs, and they'll help identify the relevant issues for the dialogue. I'm confident that the AI Impact Summit will provide a great source of expertise and deliverables for the first dialogue. I urge you to engage with the co-chairs and with the United Nations on this issue. The third pillar is capacity. The development of minimum AI capacities in all countries is not a nice to have. As for electricity and connectivity, it may and will become a key factor for economic growth and sustainable development. In short, at the AI banquet, everyone needs a seat at the table. But everyone needs a meal as well. This is why this July, as requested by member states in the Global Digital Compact, the Secretary General presented his report on innovative financing options for AI capacity building. The report sets out practical pathways to narrow the AI divide in computing power, data, research, education, training, and safety standards. First, it suggests the launch of a global fund supported by international financial institutions to help put a floor under the AI divide. The fund would strengthen existing development cooperation and trade initiatives and create incentives for additional private investments. It would focus on using financing to help ensure that a minimum capacity can be created in countries in different regions to adapt and build models for local needs and join international collaborative efforts on AI. Second, it put forward the idea of a capacity development network, which would facilitate coordination and the availability of in-kind contributions from universities, corporations, member states, and other relevant actors. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that the AI Impact Summit will be a crucial platform for accelerating progress on several of these initiatives. I encourage the Indian organizers and hosts to make sure that the voices of research, the private sector, and civil society play a prominent role throughout the summit. The UN stands ready to engage with all of you, and I look forward to seeing you in Delhi. Thank you.
All right, folks, I can't believe it. We are coming very close to the end of the conference. Just as we wrap, I want to once again thank the Council General, Mr. Reddy, for putting together this incredible conference, and of course, the organizers, Evolve, Indiaspora, Mr. Ram Reddy, who's put in countless hours and days into this. Yes. He's here. So yes, thank you again, everybody, and we have a very distinguished speaker to close out this conference, Mr. Ben Gomes, the CTO of Learning and Sustainability from Google. So thank you so much.
A technologist, a thinker, a change maker, Ben Gomes has shaped how billions find information and learn. In his current role as Google's chief technologist, learning and sustainability, he leads major learning products and advances AI in ways that are responsible for society and the planet. One of his most defining achievements was helping build the backbone of modern search and information, transforming Google Search, Assistant, and News into global platforms. Today, he applies that same pioneering spirit to drive Google's push for sustainability, integrating clean energy strategy, climate resilience, and planet-conscious design across technology and infrastructure. With deep technical insight and a vast global platform behind him, Ben Gomes blends technology, education, and environmental urgency. His mission, a future where innovation empowers humanity and preserves the planet. His belief, in AI and learning, impact must go hand in hand with responsibility.
Thank you. I was not quite expecting that, and apparently I have to move my hands a lot to make the point. So that's what I took out of that. Thank you, Consul General Reddy, DCM Kampa, and Additional Secretary Singh, and the distinguished guests here. You know, I was in Bangalore recently at the office, and I was amazed. It's the biggest office we have outside of the United States. And it's a really amazing office, and it's sort of like, I was so proud of the fact of how much Google has invested in India. We had a $10 billion commitment, digitization commitment a few years ago. We're committing $15 billion more for the next 5 years, including a huge data center, an undersea cable, and much more. And it makes me really proud to think of this connection back to India and working together to advance a future for people in India. and when I was in India, there are a couple of things. I work on two areas. I work on education and learning, and I work on sustainability. And one thing that struck me as I was in India, I was at the tail end of the monsoons, was the fact that we are now able to do these predictions of the monsoons, and we work together with the Ministry of Agriculture to get better monsoon predictions to like 38 million farmers, and work with the University of Chicago as well. And it appears that if the farmers know exactly when to plant their seeds, it can make a 2x difference in their income. That's a huge impact that can be had from the possibility of AI and technology. These are the new neural GCM models that are being developed with AI. Another example is, I live in two places which have bad traffic. I live in Silicon Valley and I've lived in Bangalore. And I think it's a side effect of success if you've got bad traffic, so, But we have a project called Greenlight, which optimizes traffic signals. Now, it's not going to be a silver bullet. It's not going to solve your Bangalore traffic, but it reduces emissions by 10% by optimizing traffic lights. And we're working with cities around the world, including 3 or 4 major cities in India, to implement the AI use of AI to optimize traffic lights across cities. But the main thing I wanted to talk about today is learning. I think learning is really fundamental to who we are as a species. Skunks have a special superpower. They can create the smell that nobody wants. Lions can tear things apart. A viper can poison you. What is our superpower? Our superpower is that we can learn from another human being. And that allows every generation of human beings to build on what came before. And the way we do this, principally, is through language. I worked on search for over 20 years, and the journey of search was actually a journey of understanding language. You've got some information need in your head. How do we turn it into what you typed into what you actually want? And so it's not a surprise that from spelling correction all the way to the AI innovations from BERT and so on happened very often in the context of search. And the person who worked on spelling correction went on to be a key author on the Transformer paper that unlocked the huge power of AI that we see today. So what AI does today, the big unlock, is it unlocks the power of language. And we've never before had the ability to use machines to use language. And that fundamentally enables us to attack the problem of education differently. From the perspective of students, AI allows you to do a few things. It allows you to transform content from one form to another. One kind of content is often in a textbook. It's not in the form that you might understand, right? I just was talking to students in Mountain View High School today and how they use AI to actually supplement their textbooks with content in the version that they want. It can make that process, we have been in the business of providing you with information, but it can make that process be an active process. We know that learning works when it's active, when you're actually asking questions, not just receiving information. It can also enable you to remember better by creating frameworks around what you've learned. At a deeper level, it can also break down barriers. A lot of students struggle with barriers from reading. A lot of students have struggled with dyslexia. And if you can't read, even though you can understand the content, you don't get it. So with tools like Notebook LM, which can convert the content into an audio podcast, it can suddenly become engaging for you to engage with that content, and it can become interesting to you. There are also language is another barrier for a lot of people, across the world, but even in India. The medium of instruction may not be the language that you understand well. And so with tools like Chrome OS, we can do simultaneous translation of what the teacher is saying in one language into the native language that you can understand. We already translate, this is not available in all our products, we already translate some couple of hundred languages, but we have got a moonshot of translating far more than that because there are so many languages that we want to reach in the world, and it's important for every student to be able to get that information in the way that makes sense to them. So there's a lot of ways in which we can help the student with this sort of personalized tutor that goes along with them at the level at which they are, converts the content to the way that they understand it, and converts the information in a way that they actively can process and receive it. But it can also help the teacher by first of all, by saving time. We have done studies in Ireland that show that teachers can save up to 10 hours a week through the use of AI. And that enables teachers to actually focus on the job of actually teaching. They can get they can use AI to help them with lesson plans, but they can then focus in the classroom with their time on the job of actually teaching the students and reaching the students. Because we believe that AI does not replace the teacher. There's something very special about how information is communicated from one person to another, from a teacher to a student. We want to enhance that connection. We want to support it, buttress it, and help the teacher, but not replace that connection. We really believe in the role of the teacher in teaching. So the teacher in the current context, can really benefit from the use of AI by making things more efficient. Moving forward, we have to change not just how we learn, but what we learn, because AI is also changing what is needed in the workplace. So today, a lot of what is taught is the mechanics of how to do something. When I studied calculus, I was good in school. I did well in my exams. And I studied the mechanics of doing integration and differentiation. I was very good at it. At the end of it, if you ask me, what's the fundamental theorem of calculus, explain it to me. I couldn't have done that because I did not get some basic concepts. And with AI, I think the mechanics are becoming easier. So it's not so important to understand and do the mechanics. It becomes more important to understand the concept. That's a fundamental switch that we need to make in the context of AI. And moving forward, we have to work with educational systems to actually enable this transformation to a new level. Today, we are technologists. We are not educators. We need to work with educators who are interested in technology to, in parallel, change the education system. All of us inherently know this, that the education system has been designed for a different age. It serves some people, but not everybody. We have probably, all in this room have probably been the beneficiaries of a certain education system. But a lot of people who are not in this room actually struggled with that education system. And so helping all those students come along, I think, is the potential we have with AI today. So there are also lots of concerns that we cannot ignore. First of all, it has to be safe. So we work on adversarial testing of our models. We work with partners. We also want to get feedback, and if we discover something is bad, we want to act on it quickly. We want it to be accurate. Even though we made huge progress, and the Gemini models are phenomenal today, they still make mistakes. They still get things wrong periodically. And when you're teaching somebody, it's very important to be accurate. It's also important that we don't have students lose their ability to think and use AI as a shortcut. So to do that, what we have done is look at pedagogical principles, managing cognitive load, encouraging curiosity, and we tested for these principles and fine-tuned a model which we call LearnLM to actually be really good at these pedagogical principles. And then based on that, we built that into Gemini, and then based on that, we built products like guided learning, like Notebook, and several other new experimental products like Learn Your Way and Learnabout that are built using these pedagogical principles to enable you to make better progress in learning, to actually do what teachers call the productive struggle of learning and not take the shortcut. So we are building it from the ground up. So one of our key principles in how we are approaching this is using that learning science. The last concern is equity. How do you make sure that everybody gets these benefits and not just a chosen few, the people who are most motivated, the people who are the richest? So for one thing, we're making our advanced models available for free in the educational context around the world. But we're also investing in teacher training and student training. We have trained 1.7 million students and teachers and others in the use of AI in India. And we're working further to encourage that kind of training in the use of AI effectively. So equity will require, there's a lot of potential for equity through language and so on, but there's also the potential for lack of equity if you don't pay attention to it. So our approach is twofold in all of this. The first part of it is that we want to make sure that that we are building models based on learning science, that we are advancing the frontier, we are testing our results, we're making sure that we are really helping the students move forward. We're trying to create the best models in the world to do that. The second part of it is that we also want to make sure that we work in partnership with others. Like I said, we are not educators. For us to make progress, we need to observe schools, we need to get feedback from teachers, from school districts, from ministers, who have authority over those topics, to give us the feedback we need in order to actually make our products be the best possible products for learning. So our approach is twofold, both in terms of advancing the technology and in partnering for the educational aspect. I think the potential today for AI to really transform people's lives is enormous. But realizing that potential is going to take a lot of work on everybody's side. It's not just going to come for free. We really appreciate conferences like this that bring people together from different sectors that help that conversation move forward. And we're looking forward. At Google, we've got a long history of working in close partnership with lots of entities in India. We're really looking forward to continuing that partnership, deepening it, and doing even more with India in this great transformation that AI is going to bring. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben, and thank you for being a sport and enjoying that video play out. The video is supposed to add 20 pounds, but it didn't do that for you, I promise. All right. Can't believe this was our last discussion. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here once again. Thank you, Counsel General, Mr. Reddy, for putting together this incredible event. Thank you to Mr. Ram Reddy for really just kind of putting hours and days and weeks of effort and making this all come together. Mr. Ranaswamy for Indiaspora for supporting this conference, and to each and every one of you, as I was saying in the very beginning, of course, we had an incredible lineup of speakers and panelists, but each and every one of you in the audience is a leader and a pioneer in your own right, and that's why you were invited to be here. So thank you for spending your day. Thank you for spending your afternoon. We will see you in India. If you are interested, please get in touch with the Indian Consulate if you would like to be a part of the summit in February. Drive safe and be well. Thank you. Thanks a lot.